persona a hablar, empiezan a cuenta.
Pero,
Y la ven todos. Al apretar, empieza una cuenta. Y todos la ven. Todos. Empiezan a contar. Exacto.
webinar is being transcribed and summarized.
Buenos días.
Morning and welcome. We're going to open the 67th meeting of the presiding officers of Regional Conference on Women now in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are here with Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ICLAC, Viviana Aido Almagro, Regional Director for the Americas at the Caribbean in her first official participation as director in this conference, Gabriela Rivadeneiro, Technical Secretary Ana Güemes, Director of the Division of Gender Affairs, and virtually we will have Citlali Hernandez, Secretary of Women of Mexico, as the chair of this Conference of Latin American Women and the Caribbean. To start, the words of Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Shirinak. Thank you very much, Luis. Good morning to all of you. Dear Citlali Hernandez Mora, Secretary for Women in Mexico, the country that chairs the Bureau of Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Dear Ambassador Jennifer Feller, General Director for Human Rights and Democracy. Dear Gabriela Rivadeneira, General Director for Technical Cooperation of the Secretary of Women of Mexico. Dear Viviana Aido, welcome to your first Bureau meeting in your capacity and responsibility as Regional Director of UN Women for the Americas and the Caribbean. We really appreciate your presence and we wish you every success. Dear Ana Güemes, Director of the Gender Affairs Division of ICLAC, ministers and representatives of ICLAC's member states, distinguished experts from the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, Rhoda Reddock, Vice Chair, Representative Gruga, and Patsili Toledo. Dear representatives of United Nations agencies, funds, International Organization and Cooperation Agency, representative of civil society organizations, in particular women and feminists, friends from the academia, media, and delegates who are with us in this room and online. I cannot fail to point out that this 67th meeting of the Executive Committee is also the first to be held after the conference name that now is Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and Caribbean, a step that recognizes the diversity of women, adolescents, and girls in the region. Allow me to begin by reminding you that we are in the 16 days of activism of the Secretary General Unite campaign, beginning on November 25th, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and runs until December 10th. This framework reminds us that there is no sustainable development without gender equality, and ending discrimination and violence against women and girls is an imperative for our generation. And today, on the 1st of December, we also commemorate World AIDS Day, an opportunity to highlight the impact that funding cuts have had on AIDS response and to double our efforts to protect the achievement made, to boost the response to HIV and promote international cooperation and mandate gender and human rights centered approach in order to end AIDS by 2030. In this context, this commemoration takes special significance in a year marked by the 30th anniversary of Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action, and the 16th Regional Conference in which states approved the Tlatelolco Commitment, establishing a decade of action to advance substantive gender equality and a caring society. It is an honor to open the 67th meeting of the Executive Committee of Regional Conference of Women and the presiding officers. We meet with renewed energy, with the energy and the momentum of the Tlatelolco Commitment left by us by the 16th Regional Conference held in Mexico in August. Over the course of 5 decades, government of the region have built a profound, progressive and comprehensive regional agenda that guides public policies to advance gender equality, to guarantee the rights of women in all their diversity and strengthen their autonomy. And this space has allowed us to build consensus, to contribute solutions to overcome structural barriers and sustain a permanent intergovernmental dialogue to reflect on progress, to identify persistent challenges, and reinforce our commitment to substantive equality. We do so in a profoundly transformed international context, redefine globalization by the unilateral use of power and instrumentalized interdependence in trade, finance, and politics. An age of continuous disruption associated with wars, negotiation between great powers, climate change, and other factors. And a very difficult moment for the multilateral system and the agenda that this system had negotiated and defined in its 80 years of existence. It's a new scenario marked by surprises that are not always good, nice surprises, and are sensitive. In Latin America and the Caribbean, this global dynamic coexists and combined with the three development traps: the trap of low capacity for growth, the trap of high inequality and low social mobility, and weak social cohesion, and the trap of weak institutional capacities and ineffective governance. I invite you to read the new report entitled Panorama of Productive Development Policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, and on the second, and invite you to consult the latest issue of our Social Panorama published last week. The social panoramas show that in 2024, our region reached a level of monetary poverty 25.5% for the total population. This is the lowest monetary poverty rate since comparable data are available, 2 points lower than the levels the region had been showing of 27%, without taking into account the increase during the pandemic. It's good news, but it remains to be seen how this figure will behave. But extreme poverty, however, at 9.8% and 63 million people is 2 points higher than the regions in 2014 when the extreme poverty was 7.7%. But more important is in the progress in terms of multi-dimensional poverty, which fell from 34.4% to 20.9% in 2024 due to a market reduction in deprivation in housing and services. However, the report notes that there are inequalities that persist, especially feminization of poverty, the incidence of multidimensional poverty, which is 1.22 times higher among women than among men, a gap linked to the overload of unpaid care work, limiting women's education and employment opportunity and leisure time for women. In this social panorama, we recommend 5 strategies to escape the trap of high inequality, low social mobility, and weak social cohesion. First, reducing educational inequalities. For all of these issues, we have specific chapter in this social panorama report I'm inviting you to see. Again, 1, reducing educational inequalities. 2, creating quality jobs. 3, advance gender equality in the care society. 4, confront discrimination and exclusion of persons with disabilities, indigenous and migrants. 5, continue to strengthen social institution and financing. There are other strategies. We are not depleting all the issues we need to work on. Other strategies, which include moving toward progressive tax structures, improving social protection, and accelerating productive transformation, that are key in order to remove from the high trap of high social inequality, but are not analyzed in this social panorama. As recognized by the government in Tlatelolco Commitment, the proposal for a care society offers us a paradigm for sustainable development, equality, and peace. They also commit to promote measures to overcome sexual division of labor and move towards a fair social organization of care. The Tlatelolco commitment reinforces the regional gender agenda, reinforcing a commitment made by governments in 50 years by recognizing the right of people to care and exercise self-care. And in line with the historic advisory opinion 31 of 2025 by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Distinguished delegate, the steering committee of regional conference plays an essential role in ensuring the continuity of the agreements reached and keeping alive the spirit of cooperation guiding the regional process. We have organized this committee under the chair of the government of Mexico and in coordination with UN Women. We will move forward with a roadmap and country reports on the actions planned for the implementation of the Tlatelolco commitment. I reiterate my greetings to the expert for the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, whose participation will allow us to delve deeper into the progress and challenges, particularly in terms of eliminating gender stereotype. I also welcome the bi-regional pact on care between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union, and the commitment of Tlatelolco, in which the states encourage ECLAC with UN Women and the UE-LAC Foundation to foster this pact by promoting cooperation in public policies and comprehensive care system with a gender perspective between both regions, and to promote cooperation initiatives with other regions in the world.
En estos días llevaremos a cabo también la consulta regional previa al 70 periodo de sesiones de la Comisión de la Condición Jurídica y Social de la Mujer, cuyo tema prioritario será garantizar y fortalecer el acceso a la justicia para todas las mujeres y las niñas. Aprovechamos esta oportunidad también para renovar el liderazgo del Fondo Regional de Apoyo a las organizaciones y movimientos de mujeres y feministas mediante la integración de su junta directiva y su secretariado para el periodo vigente hasta la siguiente conferencia regional sobre las mujeres. Amigas y amigos, hoy nuestra tarea
on women. Today, we are advancing towards society of care. We are accelerating, and we ask ourselves how to translate the sense of urgency into a concrete acceleration of the necessary transformations. At ECLAC, we believe that the answer to this critical question must be sought in the strengthening of governance and institutional capacities, for example, in the areas of statistics, political economy, and spaces for social dialogue, as well as in cooperation and financing. In the case of gender equality, cultural change is also particularly important. The Regional Conference on Women is a powerful political signal that not only reaffirms the commitment to substantive gender equality, but also to multilateralism and coordinated multi-stakeholder and solidarity-based action among countries. In a world increasingly defined by geopolitical rivalry, polarization, and the rejection of certain agendas, cooperation is an act of defiance. May the energy, spirit, sense of purpose, and urgency of the Tlatelolco commitment inspire us to move forward together in the next stage towards substantive gender equality. The 20th century was the century in which the region achieved universal access to education. The 21st will undoubtedly be the century in which we achieve universal access to care. With this renewed energy, we begin the 67th meeting of the presiding officers. I invite you to turn these 2 days into a space for work, for collective construction, rigorous follow-up, and frank dialogue, allowing us to sustain the political and strategic momentum of the Tlatelolco commitment, and to set in motion, starting today, the consolidation for the 2025-2035 decade of action towards substantive equality and caring society in the region. Thank you very much. We thank the Executive Secretary. Now, the Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean, Viviana Ido Almagro. Dear Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, dear Italia, Citalia Hernandez, Secretary of Women for Mexico, dear Gabriela Rivadeneira, General Director of Technical Cooperation of Women's Secretariat, and the Ambassador Jennifer Ferrier, Director General for Human Rights and Democracy, dear ministers, authorities, chiefs of delegations, special greetings to the representatives of feminist organizations and the civil society, dear colleagues from ECLAC, dear Anna Westmouth, and from the Agency of the United Nations, and to all the persons here, both in person as virtually. It is an honor for UN Women to be here with all of you in the opening of the 67th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, ECLAC, for receiving us, and thank you, Chile, for receiving us so warmly. It is the first time I participate since I assumed as regional director, and I would like to extend our greetings from our organization with the strengthening of this fundamental space for the advancement of gender equality and the agenda of women and girls in all their diversity. We have successfully celebrated in Mexico with the countries of the region, and they approved the commitment of Tlatelolco that marks a different paradigm, a visionary meeting that establishes a decade of action to attain substantive gender equality and to advance towards a society of care. The commitment involves a change of paradigm, placing care as a sustainable pillar, not as an individual burden, not as a family burden, but as a collective responsibility of the state and the society. And this implies recognizing that the care work, remunerated or not, is essential, valuable, and has to be visibilized, recognized, and supported institutionally. In a global context in which multilateralism is at risk and consensuses are more and more threatened, it is more and more difficult to reach agreements. Nevertheless, Latin America and the Caribbean joined their wills and adopted a commitment that has the ultimate purpose of constructing a society where care is at the center, where men and women in all their diversity can live together peacefully. This achievement was not by chance. The Regional Conference on Women, I love this new name, has been agreeing a regulatory framework for many years, establishing regional standards regarding gender equality and the autonomy of women of the region and for the world. This regional gender agenda is a roadmap towards the full autonomy of women. And this is the sixth time in which the presiding officers includes also a special part for regional consultation previous to the legal status of women in an alliance that is not only strategic but virtuous, where the member states, feminist organizations and women's organizations, ECLAC, UN Women, and other agencies of the United Nations can join efforts to bring our voice to the region with all our strengths and diversity and bring this to the global scenario. The CSW 70, as the Secretary said, has as a priority topic access to justice of all women and girls. This is a fundamental human right and a pillar for all rights that demands to guarantee non-discriminatory and equality possibilities, and also to ensure the possibility of receiving protection, truth, and repair if rights are violated. For access to justice to be a reality for all women and girls, especially those that face discrimination, inequality, and violence, states have the obligation of removing structural barriers that historically have restricted their exercise. Our region has a regulatory framework which is robust with clear standards to ensure access to justice with a gender perspective, intersectionality, due diligence in a strengthened way. The regulations are there, but it's still a challenge to implement it fully. to turn into a reality that presiding principle of CEDAW and move from equality in the front of the agreements to something that happens in our lives. We have to eliminate discrimination and violence, like violence facilitated by technology, digital violence. This year, the UNITE campaign of the Secretary General and the 16 days of activism are focused in this new form of violence that affects 40% of women in the life. From UN Women, we celebrate that this meeting includes the draft with the general recommendation number 31 of CEDAW on gender stereotypes. Stereotypes together with discriminatory social regulations could affect access to justice, especially for women and girls that belong to groups that have traditionally been marginalized. From UN Women, we will be promoting a series of consultations to obtain the support from feminist organizations and from women to ensure that this regional recommendation brings together all the demands of the region. As you know, the member states agreed in September to revitalize the Commission on the Legal and Social Status of Women. We have to change the name also and say not woman, but women. And this represents a renewed effort to turn this into an engine that moves us towards equality. Amongst the main results, we have the creation of strengthened accountability mechanisms to ensure the effective implementation of the Declaration and Platform of Action of Beijing. And we reaffirm that all the parties involved in the work of the Commission, including organizations of the civil society, should be listened at all the stages of the process. It is important for us to celebrate the progress made. Last week, we had the enormous satisfaction of witnessing the approval of the gender action plan at the COP30, and the adoption of this plan is a decisive step towards gender equality and keeping it in the core of the global climate agenda, and to ensure concrete results for all women and girls that are in the first line of the climate crisis. We are trying to include specific resources so that this can be in the core of the climate problems. We need monitoring systems, sound and comparable, and we need to incorporate the intersectional aspect as a presiding aspect so that all girls, whether disabled, rural, defender of the climate, no one should be left behind. Our region is a region of peace, a region of justice, and also a region that bets for the prevention and construction of peace, social cohesion, and a society of care as a pillar. We hope that this message will also be taken to the CSW of next year. Likewise, I would like to stress another significant achievement, which is that Bi-Regional Care Pact adopted during the fourth CELAC European Union Summit celebrated in Santa Marta, Colombia. This moves us to an integral care society with goals shared by the two regions. We include professionalization of care. The strengthening of social protection policies underlines the importance of generating comparable data and advancing in regulatory frameworks that recognize care as a right and establishes bi-regional cooperation mechanism. This month, we conclude the commemoration of the 25 years since Beijing. The Declaration and Platform of Action is a roadmap that guides us every day. It has assumed a turning point in the view regarding women's rights and girls' rights, and today it continues to be a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality and the exercise of the rights of women and girls around the world. We have evaluated the progress and the enormous challenges ahead, and this balance leaves some clear certainties, like the fact that one of the main obstacles for the action platform of Beijing to be successful to the limit it was limited to has been the chronic lack of funds. So we not only need political will, which of course is important, but this has to be translated into decisive political action with clear allocated budgets. This is why we want formal mechanisms to talk with ministries of finance to guarantee that the assumed commitments are possible and included in budgets to be able to advance in the autonomy of women. Today, December 1st, this was mentioned also, we commemorate the World Day of AIDS, and I would like to recognize all the women and girls that live with AIDS, and to claim for their rights to be taken into account so that they can exercise their rights without discrimination and violence.
Finally, a true acknowledgement of all the representatives of feminist organizations, those of you here and those with us virtually. Thank you for your relentless work, persevering work, and for everything. Thank you very much. I wish this presiding officers meeting will be excellent. Thank you. Thank you. As representing the chair of this conference, Gabriela Rivadeneira, Director General of Technical Cooperation of the Secretariat for Women in Mexico. Thank you, especially thank the representatives of the feminist organizations and civil societies with us around this table, virtually also, representing my colleagues, representing the different governments of Latin America and the Caribbean. Our greetings to Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinat, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Dear Viviana, it's so nice to see each other in this new path for successful tasks. And to you, to all your UN Women team that are always with us, also all the countries of the region, all the team of ECLAC, thank you for welcoming us in this venue. Special greetings from the Secretary for Women of Mexico, Citlali Hernandez Mora. We have some connection problems. She's in the territory. We are displaying territorial tasks for these subjects, not to stay on the tables, but rather we need persons, women, men, they all be displaying these subjects in the territories. We know this of examples of countries that have been at the forefront in transforming the work of women, and all that is so relevant in public policy to speak about caring society or society of care. So I take the words of the secretary in that if we don't achieve to change the cultural matrix that has been in us for 2 centuries in most of our countries, we won't be able to change reality. We live in the most unequal continent of the planet. Violence is an expression of inequality. The non-recognition of policies of care, as well non-recognition of diversities of our peoples, is part of that everyday naturalized violence. And that is a challenge for those of us representing governments. It's a challenge also for those of us that coordinate civil society. We were saying Mexico, and now we see each other a few months after having attended our regional conference of women. And also the space for local government was installed. We have the Forum of Civil Society, as Viviana was saying, the colleagues of feminist organizations and civil society organizations allow us to really land and be on site. And we have academia also, the academic space where universities and professionals also help to generate tools for sustaining and leading public policy. And today now we have local governments. If we don't have that minimum territorial anchorage, there will be an axis that will not be acting. So this that we decided in Mexico to have civil society, parliament, local governments, it's necessary in order to move forward. And we say it because we spend a lot of time in forums. We were saying with our colleague Jennifer, ambassador, if it were about declarations and declarations would solve the life of people, it would be a paradise. No, declarations need to leave paper and go to land. The Tlatelolco commitment is a paradigm for those who have been able to study it and have it as a roadmap. It feeds on the Beijing agreement. And now the idea is how to make all these spaces of forums that I've mentioned and technical spaces, all of us can help in order to monitor countries that are moving forward in subjects of care, and also those politicians that are in difficulty for their societies of care. And this means how to be in those countries that are moving backwards, that are so painful for the region, not only for they to disappear, but that disappearance impacts on budget. Without budget, we cannot implement public policy. And without public policy, we'll continue submitting our people to situations of poverty, of inequality. That gap, which is like these swings, pendulums, we move forward in one, go backwards in another. How to avoid detrimental effects on the lives of women. In Mexico, our president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is the first woman president in Mexico and of North America, says it very clearly. We are moving to a progressive system of care because we need to focus on them. Our Secretary Hernandez has asked me to endorse this. Are we mindful of the words of past? Peace, social justice, humanism, rights. We need to move forward in order to prevent marketing of care, because everything that starts turns or ends in marketing. So let us have a policy of care be protected as a public policy, and being the only way in that medium and long term we may be able to transform the reality of our peoples. It may sound utopian, but sometimes utopias allow us to consider that which is impossible to make it possible. Girls, and now that I see a representative of UNICEF, played a leading role in the Conference of Women. It's so important because these of new generations need to really change, decodify, reconstruct. And what we know to do well from popular feminism movements is to change those realities that are harmful to us as a society. That is why we expect the presiding officers to establish the mechanisms to monitor the commitment of Tlatelolco, to take momentum, and from governments as well. We have several tasks, and our diplomatic corps will have to multiply themselves. But we were talking to Ana in her last visit to Mexico to have someone, a person in our teams that can follow up technically the Tlatelolco commitment, so as not to be in 1 or 3 years time in the regional conference. We will be welcomed in Colombia. It's going to be the venue for that conference, but really have technical tools, measurements beyond the statistics provided by the observatory, which is key already from governments to accompany the technical group in order to monitor the Tlatelolco commitment. This that is on paper should be implemented. And hopefully this table will raise those challenges, not only the commitment of Tlatelolco, but all of us adopt a roadmap that is ever more practical for our presence as government, civil society, and organizations of the UN system will be worth the while. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, and let us continue with this presiding officers.
Presidenta,
Thank you, Chair. In this way, the opening of the 67th meeting of presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean concludes, and I give the floor to the chair. Thank you, dear colleagues. You have the document LSMD 67, that is provisional agenda that we want to subject to consideration. Is there, I want to submit this for your consideration. Are there comments? Are there contributions? If there are none, then it is approved. A year ago, Ingrid Gomez was here. She's now in Brazil, but she said that she loved this hammer. And so this is what I will do. So approved the provisional agenda.
Dado por aprobado
So as this provisional agenda is approved, we move now to the next item of our agenda. And I would like to ask Ana Westmis Garcia, Director of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, to present the report of the Secretariat. Go ahead, Ana, please. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, Executive Secretary, Regional Director of UN Women for the Americas and the Caribbean, representatives of civil society. I will present the report of the Secretariat of the conference that was done in 2025 by the Division of Gender Affairs. And I wanted to first acknowledge this collaborative work, teamwork that has been leading to great success. First, I want to acknowledge Lucia Escudo, Nicole de Beain, and the whole team that is here present.
Oye, es que abajo no está pasando, no sé si ahora.
Here. In the lines of work approved by member states of ECLAC, we see here the role of subsidiary bodies and political dialogue. As mentioned, we are the only region in the world with a permanent mechanism for already 48 years, and that is the Regional Conference on Women. This year it was key, and the contributions to global dialogue and how we consolidated the 27 national reports into one regional report that was taken to Beijing and globally then consolidated. And contributions to other subsidiary bodies. A second working line that you have mandated us is monitoring indicators of gender equality at regional level. We had the relaunch of Gender Equality Observatory and a regional report we submitted to the Sustainable Development Forum in coordination with UN Women which is a report of, it's an update of the region. Third line is production and dissemination of knowledge. Then capacity building with technical assistance, cooperation programs, triangular cooperation, and different courses. And then mainstreaming of the gender perspective, where the executive secretary and the colleagues from ECLAC have said. That is, how to have this in all the regional and national venues of ECLAC in all the working programs of the Commission. Now here, Gabriela Rivadeneira mentioned this from the chair. The subsidiary body this time had an enormous density, tremendous vitality, thus multi-stakeholder forum. And for the first time, we were able to hold it in a conference. And so I greet Ambassador Laura Moreno from Mexico. She's here, great historian of what is happening in women in diplomacy. For the first time, we were able to have an academic forum that was held in Colmex in the city of Mexico. And the second academic forum in Barbados, the Caribbean, with the West Indies University, and with a great, very many stakeholders, the chair, UN Women, and also Global Alliance for Care that also collaborated. I think it's also very important to say that Tlatelolco succeeded because we had tremendous preparatory meetings and work throughout the last years. And we have been discussing with all of you, Madam Ministers, high authorities, that what is it that you wanted, and also UN specialized agencies of the UN system as well as of the Inter-American system.
For the first time, as the chair said, there was a forum of local governments and hosted by the government of Mexico City, the Feminist Forum, which is already a milestone and that precedes the preparatory work at each conference, and for the second time, a parliamentary forum hosted by the Congress of the Union of Mexico and involvement of parliamentary networks in the region. And we had about 60 parallel events, also multiplayer, and this was one of the criteria for selection, which was not easy because we had a very high demand, but the idea was to appreciate what the mandate, which directed towards substantive equality. So this is a mandate of the Secretariat for Women. So this was the outcome, and there we see that moment, beautiful moment in the National Palace. The first time that the conference was hosted by a woman president, which is in itself a signal of what we still must gain in terms of political participation with the engagement of 35 member states, not only from Latin America and the Caribbean, but also ECLAC, high top authorities. We had 21 entities of the UN system, 19 intergovernment agencies, and then parliamentarians from 22 countries, and many members from the civil society, and the presiding officers were Mexico as chair and vice chairs, Antigua and Barbuda, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Grenada, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. So that would be the panel for the coming 3 years. So the Tlatelolco commitment, which was adopted on August the 15th by the states, and of course I greet Jennifer Feller, the ambassador, and who led that negotiation, and where This determines a decade of action. And I think that the most important thing for a region where inequality is structural is to have a commitment, an urgent commitment for the coming decade in order to speed up the achievement of substantive equality and the care society. And the paradigm of the care society is picked up on not only for sustainable development, which is what we had moved ahead with in Buenos Aires, but now you have a new paradigm for equality. And this is a commitment that the region is bringing to the multilateral forum. And care as a need, a human right. And also we have strengthened through consultative opinion of the Inter-American Courts, a global public good, which is an additional contribution. And so with a tremendous drive by the ILO and the resolution achieved and regarding the care economy and decent work, and a dynamizing sector for the economy. And act like we have been working systematically on this, not only to achieve equality, but also the economy of care dynamizes the entire productive sector. And this is one of the most fundamental changes that we are trying to put across. It really determines the house. And I believe that many of you were saying, well, how to move ahead with a house. And so what was done here was to align the Montevideo strategy that directs with T10 implementation pillars and the agreements adopted under the Tlatelolco commitment. And they highlight the commitment to renewed multilateralism, reiterate support of the UN system, and includes requests for joint work. So this is the third conference that we are holding together with UN Women from Santiago and Buenos Aires and now. And this also strengthens greatly the regional work, intergovernment work with global work. So something that here we wanted to show you is this synergy with other global events and also regional ones of the UN. Definitely this year, there was a prior consultation, and this year it was very important on account of the 30 years since Beijing. We went with a common voice to the Legal and Social Commission of Women at the UN in the month of March, but also in Seville at the International Conference on Financing for Development, and where you, the countries of the region, were extremely active so that care, gender equality, and the care economy be at the heart of the financing agenda for development and the commitment and through various initiatives as well put to the General Assembly and the special segment of Beijing Plus 30, and also the World Summit on Social Development, where their two countries arrive with great strength the idea of inclusive social development, including care policies and systems. And at the COP today, where, as I said, Viviana Ido went and adopted the gender action, the third plan. And this is very important, and we're already working on this towards regional aspects. And then another thing that we've done each time more here with the Secretariat of the Commission and also leadership of the executive secretaries to integrate far more the regional gender agenda in the forum of countries regarding sustainable development that this year reviewed SDG 5 at the conference on regional cooperation, South-South cooperation, and where we also had a back-to-back session on gender cross-cutting, and the conference on social development and the meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas also just held. As we were saying, there's a work done over the last 2 years for technological migration and redesigning of the gender equality observatories in Latin America and the Caribbean. An ample dialogue, for example, on the indicators as such, because as you know, here in collaboration with UNICEF, UNFPA, and UN Women, we introduced the indicator on early pregnancies and marriages, and you can find a country profile with the data, which is the official data, and that ECLAC consolidates through Sebalstat. And the reports that you send in every year, for example, statistics on femicide, that has just been reflected in the bulletin for this purpose. So the observatory, and in context of negationism, or in context where we are in fact seeing onslaughts against this idea that the gender equality exists or that it's structural, having data, official data, statistics and comparisons is extremely important to put across the point. So here too, in addition to the member states, you have the partner organizations to the observatory, which I would say are the two main pillars of work of the gender division, the working with the subsidiary body, the conference, and then also the update as a service for countries on how they're going to move ahead with international commitments. Publications. This is not only the moment when we present them, but also collaborative work carried out behind all this, in particular for the conference, the positioning document, the Society of Care that focuses on the house, on the governance, the political economy, social dialogue, which is a document drafted by ECLAC as a whole, and the gender division coordinates it. Also, we present another document to the Parliamentary Forum drafted together with ILO, UN Women, on the right to care in Latin America and the Caribbean. And now we need to update it because we have Tlatelolco and also the consultative opinion of the court, and we have progress because several countries are already discussing laws and discussing changes, and there is jurisprudence. And then one very important piece of work that we were commenting on, that is how to bring this down to territorial level and with an intersectional approach. In this case, it was a collaboration with UNDP, ILO, and UN Women, and we were able to speak and carry and do work in territorial level. And so this is how it was coordinated. And then at the bottom there, you have another series of publications and that we have carried out over the year. And the last one, the Social Outlook for Latin America and the Caribbean, a publication that we do, 4 divisions involved, and that every year updates and shows data for inequality. And this year very much focused on the structural inequality knots. And then the Biblio-Guide, all the regional agreements adopted by you in the conference, and this has been very useful to draft public policy, the equality policy, and have as a reference all the international negotiations, also the agreements that the region has made or reached. And this is an agenda that truly is quite, well, it often develops topics where there's not necessarily an international agreement, but yes, the region is leading, for example, regarding the defenders of human rights and recognition of networks and civil society organizations, in particular feminists and UN Women. And also, we would like to highlight the courses, the higher diploma on the measurement of violence in terms of gender, held with Claxo UN Women, UNDP, Spanish Cooperation, and ECLAC, and that seeks to have integrality in terms of the information systems in order to use information for this. And then in technical assistance that the countries ask us for to have integral solutions in terms of care policies, very much focus on georeference and statistics, the maps, gender statistics, time use. And there are 24 countries in the region that have measured, for example, were seen not only that there are surveys, but also other procedures. For example, the IBGE in Brazil, in order to include measurements in the National Continuous Household Survey. And this year, for example, Chile presented their time use survey, which is essential for the satellite account. And so the idea is each time more to move towards comparable standards and characteristics. And here too, we're just beginning. There's been a very interesting experience in terms of agenda cross-cutting in the fiscal cycle with the Ministry of Finance of Chile, collaborative assistance with UN Women, and so assistance in census and surveys, regional cooperation, and each day these are more mechanisms, feminist policies. We have a triangular cooperation project with Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Germany. And the idea is precisely each time more to carry out communities of practice and work. And so, as I was saying, something that we have prioritized during this time and will continue to work on, the Conference of Statistics had moved ahead with a guideline for gender cross-cutting and regional statistical production. And so now the SCA has adopted this and it is now available. You may see it in the chat and share it. The toolbox that says not only what the idea is, but also what countries have done and where they stand in this regard. So there's a lot of information on how to do the mainstreaming throughout the statistical production process. A working group that has been working for 2 years under the leadership of INEGI Mexico and ECLAC and UN Women have done the technical secretary.
Para este bien.
And for this biennial, we have created a working group led by Eurowide for the next 2 years, when they will be updating the classification of statistics for time use. We work with the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean. And in these 2 years with the states asking or requiring and working to redesign the action plan for mainstreaming in international cooperation for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. There are more progress in matters of development and cooperation, but they are not enough because in terms of cooperation and funding, these guides lines under the chair of Chile in the cooperation conference were crucial. In the Escazú agreement, we are working in the mandate is that for the next year in the COP, it will be submitted. There was the decision for mainstreaming, or many countries supported the idea also here under the leadership of Mexico, but also the idea now is to have these guidelines to be approved in the coming CO conference of the parties. The work for this year, as the chairperson indicated, is to work on the Society of Care, the guideline for policies at multilateral and intergovernmental fields, both in the region, in the forum of Latin American, Caribbean countries on development, and the conference on social development, and the presiding officers that was held a little while ago. Here, I want to share you the core and the importance of women's progress, adolescent, and girls in every line and diversity. There is a deep societal change, as we refer this morning, of the importance of involving men, boys as partners in this so crucial development. Our main constituency are the mechanisms for the progress of women, but the women's and feminist organization have accompanied systematically also all these years. sectorial ministry, the academia, local government, civil society, and the international cooperation and the complete system of the United States. At the right, you have donors and partners, because most of the work, which is the regular work of ICLAC, is also supported by funds of international cooperation. We also we receive a seed fund from APC of Colombia with the idea of start organizing and reinforcing the practice community that we already have in order to move forward in the society of care and start generating this in a more systematic effort of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation for development. And also with the support of UN Women, UN FPA, the system as a whole, foundation as well, Spring, Co-Impact, and the main partners that have worked with us throughout the year, which is the Spanish cooperation, GIZ, the German cooperation, with the big important programs. What are the projections and our estimate for the next year? It is clear, and the implementation of the Tlatelolco commitment and provide support to the chair and the state to move contribution from Latin America and the Caribbean in coordination with UN Women, not only to the General Assembly and all the other intergovernmental forum. Member state approved the work program on autonomy of women. And also our program stresses in this sense. And next year, we will be holding the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean with a stress in the SDGs more linked to the planet, energy, water, and also this, it's a great opportunity. The regional conference on population and development that will be held again in Montevideo and Uruguay, precisely for us. It's increased, very, very important, the synergy between the regional agenda on gender and the Montevideo consensus and the agenda on reproductive and sexual rights at the core. And the period of sessions in Dominican Republic, which is the main organ of ICLAC. We will continue to work in the Gender Equality Observatory to provide resources, regulatory framework, comparative studies in order to make better decisions and to be able to change reality. And the investment accelerator, which is a demand that we receive from the executive, how the national, regional development banks are in line with the national priorities in order to have a big push to policies and security. Final thoughts. We are the only region that has a regional conference on women. And one of the agreements is also to mention as a cultural regional heritage. And our role and our work is to that it becomes significant and relevant and will be able to generate real changes in the exercise of right and gender equality in all of our societies, and that we are able to connect the territorial, national, regional, and global levels, and how we can move forward towards this. The idea of fostering the society of care that invite us to act and build a more inclusive, productive, and sustainable future should be in the core in every public policy. There was a shift in the conversation of Tlatelolco, not only social policies, but also environmental policies and productive policies in our countries. The decade of action and the discussion that will take place with you, and we need to continue to deepen and how to move towards a faster way and a better manner, and this call for action, which is inescapable and urgent, because acting today is to seed hope for the future generations. So we wanted to give you, on behalf of our team, where are we, what are our spaces, in which spaces we are contributing to and tell you that this conference, regional conference on women, and the work that we are carrying out as technical secretariat has a lot of tasks of connecting people, connecting efforts, connecting levels, connecting partnerships, but also it's a sense of urgency is to that we would able to take this to a real exercise of rights and overcome structural traps of inequality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. Now we open the floor for the different representations. Please, we need a maximum 3 minutes intervention. Those who you move your placard vertically to ask for the floor. In Zoom, please ask for the floor and introduce to which country do you represent. We open the floor for discussion. With the secretary, we are going to be taking notes of each one of the intervention.
Abrimos el espacio.
We open the floor, Madam Ambassador Feller from Mexico.
Por favor, Colombia.
Yes, Colombia first. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and my greets to Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ICLAR, the Director Regional for the Latin America and the Caribbean of UN Women, and Gabriela as Chair and Representative of the Secretariat of Women, and thank Anna Westman, the Director of the Division of Gender Affairs of ICLAC, for her presentation of the report of the General Secretariat of the Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean. This document is an essential tool for assessing the status of regional agenda, recognizing the progress made and identify the challenges for full implementation of human rights of women and girls. The methodological clarity offers a comprehensive panorama that allows states to prioritize and provide orientation to their policy in a regional context of deep social, economic, and political transformation, as has been mentioned, marked by disproportionate impact of climate change, the increasing violences, backlash in acquired rights. It is essential to have robust experience to face challenges with cohesion and consistency. In the report, even though the progress made, our region continues to be one of the most unequal region. We still have high rates of feminicide, barriers for effective participation, political participation, deeply rooted social inequality, and a system of care that depends almost exclusively in unpaid work of women. This is a reality that demands comprehensive, articulated, and sustainable responses. For Colombia reinforces information, statistic and information system with gender approach, and the collection of data is a priority. Comparable data that are disaggregated and in timely fashion are essential to make visible intersectional inequalities and identify policies that respond to the needs of women and girls in the complete diversity. On this line, Colombia considers that Colombia should move towards development models that integrate gender equality, not as a complement, but as a pillar, an essential pillar. The report submitted invites us to work for the transformation of social, cultural, and economic structure that reproduce this inequality. I want to highlight 3 elements of the report that in Colombia we consider significant. First, the call to reinforce national mechanisms for the advancement of women. It is indispensable to have enough funding, adequate technical capacities, and intersectoral mandate to articulate comprehensive responses. Second, the need to consolidate regional and national care system that recognize and appreciate the unpaid work. This is a pillar for economic and social justice in Latin America and the Caribbean. Third, the need to face the backlash in rights. The report shows that these are not isolated phenomena. This is a part of a pattern that endangers the real application of human rights in the region. Colombia reiterates its commitment to work with ECLAC, UN Women, and the civil society and the state members to reinforce the follow-up of international regional agreement to reinforce technical cooperation and move towards comprehensive policies that ensure physical, economic, and political autonomy of all women. Our country will continue to foster an hetero-feminist policy and international agenda based on justice, intersectionality, full participation, and the building of peace. The Secretariat report is an essential tool to move with more clarity and ambition in this collective purpose of our region.
Gracias al representante.
Thank you to the representative of Colombia. Mexico, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to see you here. Special greetings to Viviana and to Luis Yanez, Ana Westmes, Lucia. It's a pleasure to see you all, and special greetings to the members of the presiding officers and those who are here from the civil society. It is a pleasure to be here. As was already said, in Mexico is a time for women. We have a president who is very committed with introducing substantial changes in gender equality and in the field of territorializing the topic, going as deep as possible into the communities that have been traditionally been marginated in Mexico, and this link between the priorities, between what President Sheinbaum has agreed with our director, and also those who are committed with their teams in strengthening the bond between what we are doing at a national level with what we are promoting at an international level. All this becomes very important. We already spoke about what the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean meant last August in Mexico. There are 3-4 points I would like to underline again. First, that this meeting coincides with complex circumstances internationally, both at a budget level as well as polarization, and also with an agenda which unfortunately many times is anti-rights agenda, where the importance of continuing to advance is not recognized towards substantive equality as the basis of our development, and doesn't take into account social justice, so important in the world, but especially for a region. Our conference coincides with the anniversaries of the first World Conference on Women in 1975, the 50th anniversary held in Mexico, exactly where the conference of Tlatelolco took place, the 30th anniversary of 1995 in Beijing, and also the 325 meeting on peace and security. This is why it's even more symbolic and important in this particular year to see progress made in regarding gender equality in very specific areas. The Tlatelolco commitment, for instance, a special effort was made so that the language of the declaration was accessible and understandable by all the sectors of the society, so as to go deeper into the knowledge of what we are adopting in this decade of action, or for this decade of action, and for all the persons to be empowered with its contents. We already spoke about the recognition of care as a human right related with the consultative opinion of the Human Rights Office, but it's also fundamental for our development, for the economy. And precisely due to that, we are very happy about what was already said, that this is something that since the adoption of the Tlatelolco agreement has been advancing in Sevilla, but also recently in the General Assembly with the adoption of the resolution on the economy of care promoted by Chile in the second commission. So it's not a coincidence, not that the third commission has been promoted, but also in the second commission, because we have to see this as a change of paradigm, also in the promotion of sustainable development field. The Tlatelolco commitment places again the region of Latin America and the Caribbean in the forehead of our economy, and especially because of this link, not only the intersectional vision that the Tlatelolco commitment has, including important sectors for the region, such as indigenous women, such as rural women, women from rural areas, disabled women, and with different sexual orientations. It also deals with topics that are particularly important for all of us, like the struggle against climate change and the link with diplomacy and with feminist groups that are necessary for the implementation of this commitment. As Chair, we are committed to working hand in hand with all the countries in that same spirit that characterized the negotiations of this important document to reach a strengthened multilateralism, promoting as a region the right, the recognition of this right to care, to be taken care of, and to self-care, recognition as what we need to continue to make progress in our agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mexico. Now we have the representative from Chile. Thank you very much, Chair. I greet the authorities present here from the United Nations and the civil society. On behalf of the delegation of Chile, we want to underline some important aspects that we believe are very important to continue to make progress to a more egalitarian region. We appreciate the participatory and inclusive nature of this process, the active presence of feminist women association, diversities, and youth has enriched the debate with different perspectives anchored in the territorial and history aspects of our movement. This multi-stakeholders dialogue is basic for the regional gender agenda. It's very important to be able to implement this also at a local level, and we also have to be aware of the need for accountability in the implementation. The intergovernmental dialogue has been honest and results-oriented, and this has allowed us to converge in shared priorities, even in a challenging international context. We point out the capacity that states have to hold agreements to make progress regarding care, the defense of sexual and reproductive rights, the struggle against different kinds of gender violence, protection to the defenders against violence, amongst other things that are essential for our region. In the third place, we have the important role of ECLAC as technical secretariat. Its methodological and analytical accompaniment has been fundamental to ensure a solid, transparent process and evidence-based. Also, we value the effort to articulate agendas, both regional and global, to advance towards an efficient and decided work that will help us join our efforts and avoid duplication. Chile appreciates that this conference re-strengthens an agenda of the future centered in climate change, in the promotion of women, in the recognition of the knowledge of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant peoples included in the Tlatelolco commitment. It is ambitious, but we will be able to implement it, not only the different states, but in collaboration with organizations of the civil society and international agencies that can support us. Challenges are deep, but we also know that we have strong regulations in our region that we need to continue to consolidate. We will continue to collaborate towards a sustainable development with gender equality for Latin America. Thank you very much. Thank you to the representation of Chile, now representative of Cuba. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to the chair, ministers, representatives of the international agencies. We have a social policy project, and we want to eliminate every form of discrimination, implementing a set of public policies, programs, and strategies guaranteeing rights equality and opportunities equality. Improving well-being and life quality of persons are priorities for the socialist Cuban society. And so the National Development Plan, Economic and Social to 2030 is defined as one of the strategic axes of human development, equity, and social justice, and part of an integrative development. Cuba guarantees the protection of all the rights of all the citizens, in particular those of women and girls. It points out objectives supporting equality, substantive equality to enjoy rights, living a life free of violence, and guaranteeing dignity for social development. As a part of the updating process of our legislation, Cuba has prioritized the gender perspective in the new regulations. The comprehensive approval of the comprehensive strategy to fight violence is a reflection of this. The compliance of the action plan is a responsibility of the state, institutions of the state. The approval of Presidential Decree 198 for the advancement of women is a cornerstone for the development of policies in favor of women and allows to advance in gender equality in my country. Amongst the most relevant elements that has transformed the condition of women is the free access to education, to access to a dignified employment, to decision making, to respect and guarantee of sexual and reproductive rights. The right to participate in decision making is a reality. Cuba is the second country in the world with a higher proportion of women in the parliament, with 55.7%, and in the Council of State with 52.3% of women. Results are different in the country. They vary in the path of substantive equality, despite the difficult socioeconomic conditions imposed by the unilateral coercive measures from the United States on my country, which are an obstacle for the fulfillment of the SDGs in the 2030 agenda. The comprehensive care of life in Cuba is an example of our strategies implemented based on a model defining coherence and coordination between policies, programs, and actions, as well as the articulation between the central administration of the state, popular power, and the challenges of the other economic and social stakeholders from a national level to a local level in order to advance in the recognition of domestic work and care work. During this year, 2025, 3 decrees have been approved defining domestic work the importance of domestic work in families with disabled persons in their conformation, those who are in situations of dependency, and the relative responsible for the care of that disabled person is the only person to support that family, and telecare as a modality of distant service devoted to maximizing the autonomy and well-being of persons that are in a situation of dependency under the principle of leaving no one behind. Cuba ratifies its commitment to continue to promote the development of inclusion in the society with equity and social justice. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Representative of Cuba. Now, virtually, we'll have the representative of Paraguay. You're recognized. Go ahead. ¿No hay audio?
La representante de Paraguay.
Representative of Paraguay, please, can you enable your mic? You're muted.
Compañera, sí, muchas gracias. Bienvenida.
Bueno, muy bueno.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you for the space. I'm Jenny Sanabria, Vice Minister of Equality and Non-Discrimination of the Ministry of Women. I'm very pleased to be part of this space. Cordial greetings to the Chair and Vice Chair of the presiding officers in the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, Authority of UN Women, the Secretariat of ECLAC Ministers and High Authorities. Also, I would like to give you the greetings of the Minister of Women, Dr. Elisa Pomate. Good morning. Paraguay reaffirms its commitment for substantive gender equality, the building of a society of care, and the effective implementation of the Tlatelolco commitment within the framework of National Policies of Care 2030 and its Plan of Action 2025-2030. In this process, the Ministry of Women drives the consolidation of a system that will guarantee rights, reduce inequalities, and generate sustainable mechanisms of social co-responsibility and protection through the life cycle. The National Care Policy represents a strategic landmark to make visible and redistribute the work of care, historically assumed by women and usually unpaid. Its formulation was based on national evidence with a time use survey and social services survey. The burden of care, the social policies, and guide decision-making for an comprehensive public policy aligned with the regional standards. So based on all this information, the country advanced in communication campaigns seeking to acknowledge the importance of care and promote its social value and promote the social collaboration between families, institutions, and community. Paraguay has prioritized the strengthening of the regulatory framework. We have a bill creating a national system of care that has guidelines in the Chamber of Deputies, and currently this bill is being promoted in the Senate. Both initiatives recognize care as a human right, a public good, and a strategic sector for economic development, establishing principles, guidelines, and governance mechanisms that will provide legal basis, foundation for the national care system. This process is supported by institutional governance and multi-stakeholder, with the Interinstitutional Commission coordinated by the Ministry of Women, articulating the efforts of the executive branch, the civil society, and workers of domestic service, international agencies, and representatives of the private sector. This social dialogue space has been key for building consensus, identifying priorities, and incorporating historical demands of the care sector, contributing to an integral and participatory approach. The first plan of action of the system of care of 2025-2030 contemplates 60 strategic actions in 5 items: services, formulation, regulation, information, and governance. In the line of services, 3 main objectives: improve quality and coverage of existing services. Number 2, identify and implement new care services. And 3, harmonize available supply between sectors and territories. A significant progress is Seeds of the Future program, led by the Ministry of Childhood and Adolescence, contemplating the creation of 100 centers of integral care with services of care, health, education, food, and support to families. Once these centers in operation, will be benefiting more than 280,000 boys and girls of the country. Likewise, the program is to guarantee access to sufficient and healthy food as a fundamental condition for the well-being, autonomy, and development of persons, caregivers, and care receivers. This articulation allows to strengthen food security and consider those elements that affect women in vulnerability, elderly, and people with disabilities. Paraguay is also facing the population transition, demanding priorities for elderly. In the Ministry of Social Well-being, there are programs like community centers, community dining rooms, promoting autonomy and alleviate the burden in caregiving families. These elements are essential components of the agenda of care, contributing to a comprehensive approach and decent life. The Ministry of the Government of Paraguay promotes the time use survey for 2026. There is a catalog that will map the support of different areas, facilitating access of the population and transparency in the management of the systems. As to training, there is advance to have standards in curriculum and support. All these actions respond to the trade union of domestic work and having ideas for improving the quality of employment and visibilization of work. Also, there will be licenses and benefits linked to care and strengthening labor rights and social security rights of persons providing care work, paid or unpaid. In parallel, there is advance with the Ministry of Labor in promoting the National Plan of Labor Equity, promoting or rather eradicating labor violence and the co-responsibility in households. The challenges are the strengthening of the interinstitutional care system with internal regulation and the need of expanding public financing for the expansion and creation of services, reduction of territorial gaps in access to care, and active participation of men, young and boys in co-responsibility of domestic work and care. Likewise, international cooperation is viewed as a strategic partner to advance in the measurement of economic impact in care. The valuation of care work in national accounts. And then finally, Paraguay reaffirms its commitment with the consolidation of a care society that is rights-based, co-responsibility and gender equality, jointly with the Action Plan 2025 and 30. And these are pillars to move towards to a more just, equitable, and inclusive future for all persons. Thank you very much. Thank you, representative of Paraguay. Now representatives of Venezuela.
Honorables integrantes de la mesa directiva, señora presidenta, distinguidas delegadas.
Members of the presiding officers, distinguished representatives, on behalf of the constitutional president of the Bolivarian Venezuelan Republic, Nicolás Maduro, receive a warm greetings. Sorry, the audio is not, it's completely interrupted. We support the principles. I want to share with you structural advance, which is key, the implementation of our system of territorialization for the promotion, protection, and guarantee of the rights of women and families. This is not one additional program, but a model. Sorry, it's impossible. It's the clear purpose is to transform social cultural patterns generating inequality and violence against women. The general objective is to promote integral care, the production and protection of the rights of women and families, to strengthening the grassroots power and guaranteeing access to justice from a territorial approach. For that, we have focused in 5 key objectives: design and implement community protection mechanisms adapted to the territory. Number 2, promote strategies of training. Number 3, coordination between the state and structures of the popular organized power. Number 4, promote participation, equitable access to comprehensive care services, especially for women in situations of vulnerability. This is organized at 5 levels: community, regional, state, and national. No, sorry. It's off the audio.
Perdón la interrupción a las compañeras de Venezuela. Hay mucha interferencia en la comunicación.
There is interference. We cannot hear you. It's completely interrupted. The connection is totally interrupted.
No es.
No, it's absolutely interrupted.
No está la señal.
No, the internet is not appropriate. Maybe you can connect to another network, maybe, so as not to have an interrupted connection. Yes, if you agree, we go to the next intervention and go back to you, Venezuela. All right, thank you. So now we continue with the presentation of Brazil. Brazil, please. Greetings to all participants. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you perfectly well. My name is Mayra Tito, and I represent the Ministry of Women of Brazil through its Office of International Advisory Services. I'd like to share some actions that we've been implementing in order to guarantee the effectiveness of the Tlatelolco Agreement. The public policies of care are essential to promote full-fledged participation, effective participation of women in public life. When reducing the unpaid care burden, these policies release resources and time to allow women to participate in political, social, and community activities. In recent years, Brazil has moved forward in an institutional framework articulating the economic autonomy and policies of care. The National Care Policy, the law 15,069 of 2024, seeks to guarantee the right to care through the promotion of social co-responsibility between men and women in providing care work, considering the many inequalities. The law defines the principles, objectives, and guidelines of the policies, identifying the individual subject of law and rights, and says that policy needs to be implemented through the National Care Plan with actions and goals. The National Care Plan Decree number 12,562 of 2025 is the main instrument for the implementation of the National Care Policy. The National Plan of Salary and Labor Equality has 78 interministerial actions in order to address inequalities and expand opportunities for women in strategic sectors. The law of equal salary and remuneration criterion between men and women, 14,711 of 2023, establishes reports of salary transparency. The Ministry of Women in Brazil also allocates resources to professional training programs for women in all areas, contributing to their incorporation within the labor market, and programs supporting women and girls in professional training programs. Now, the political egalitarian policy is not a concession, but it is democratic justice. So the presence of women transforms agendas, expands priorities, and transforms the way of making policies. And thus, presence of women in parliament, governments, trade unions, and parties transforms agendas, expands priorities, strengthening democracy, promoting more inclusive and participatory participation. I convey the greetings of the Minister of Women of Brazil, Mrs. Marcia Lopez, who will be present in a few hours' time. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Brazil, and now we return to the presentation by Venezuela. Can you enable your microphone, please? Can you hear us now? It is better, but it is still not clear, but we can hear you a bit better. Well, once again, honorable members of the presiding officers, distinguished delegates, and representatives of Latin America and the Caribbean, on behalf of the constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro Moros. Unfortunately, the audio is too broken. It is impossible to interpret.
Hoy quiero compartir con ustedes.
Today, I would like to share with you structural progress made. Unfortunately, the audio is too broken for interpretation.
de la mujer y la familia. Este no es un programa más, sino un modelo.
This is not just another program, but integral public policy, community-based, materialized through community councils, districts, district communities in order to transform sociocultural patterns that lead to inequality and violence against women. The overall goal is to further integral care, promotion and protection of the rights of women and the family, strengthening people's power and ensuring access to justice with a territorial approach. For this, we have focused on 5 key aims. 1. Design and implement mechanisms for community protection adapted to each territory. 2nd, furthering awareness building strategies to dismantle patriarchal patterns, prioritizing community defenders. 3rd, strengthening coordination between the state and people's power. 4th, implement participatory follow-up. 5, ensure timely and equitable access to integral care, especially for women living in vulnerable situations. The system management entails 5 community levels: community, state, and national, which allows us to implement the gender policies directly in each territory, empowering women as key protagonists of their own development. This is the backbone and empowers other achievements, the Great Venezuela Mujer aspiration. Within this spirit of cooperation, we subscribe operational paragraph 46 of the Tlatelolco commitment that rejects coercive unilateral measures that are contrary to international law and the UN Charter. These same are an obstacle to the achievement of our common goals. In Venezuela, these actions aggravate disproportionately the life of women and girls, breaching their rights to sustainable integral development and a decent life. Despite these challenges, our public policies have borne tangible fruits, such as a 20% reduction of early pregnancies, the results of integral initiatives recognized by the UN. I conclude by reaffirming that this territorialization system is our concrete contribution and the path to the constructions of care societies. However, this model and any true progress in the regional gender agenda requires of a foundation that cannot be renounced, such as peace. There cannot be substantive equality in the midst of foreign intervention. It is not possible to have a care society under the aggression of unilateral aggressive materials that strangle our economy and deepen inequalities. There is no possible autonomy for women in scenarios of conflict and destabilization, and that is why, with the Bolivarian democracy or diplomacy of peace, we urge for international order based on respect, cooperation, and peaceful solution of controversies. Let's demand an immediate end to all forms of economic warfare and illegal sanctions that punish our people. It is only in an atmosphere of peace, sovereignty, and social justice may we deploy the full potential of our gender policies. Only this way, the Tlatelolco commitments and of this conference will no longer be aspirations to become tangible realities for each woman, girl, and adolescent in the Americas. Let us work together with determination and without rest for this future. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la representante.
I thank the representation of Venezuela and now move on to agency interventions. UNDP, please. Good afternoon, everyone, in person and online. First of all, a greeting by our regional director, Michelle Mouchet, who was unable to be with us, and I will speak in her name. We are at a turning point for Latin America and the Caribbean. The Regional Conference on Women in Mexico City reaffirmed gender equality as not only a goal, but an indispensable condition to face the multiple crises that we're facing today: climate, economic, social, political, and that affect the region. And in this context, the commitment Tlatelolco commitment calls us to transform our development model and move towards a care society that ensures rights, autonomy, and resilience for all persons, especially women and groups that have been historically excluded. The regional report on human development of the UNDP reminds us that resilience does not solely imply resisting shocks, but anticipating, adapting, and transforming systems to protect achievements and generate capacities in high uncertainty scenarios. With this approach, it is key that our public policies should not only respond to emergencies, but that build sustainable structures that reduce vulnerabilities and amplify opportunities. The report also highlights the need to have transparent organizations that are inclusive and able to respond to crises as a core part of resilience. In particular, these judicial institutions play a fundamental role in safeguarding the rights, the rule of law, citizen rights, and equality. Without assigning justice and instruments and capacities and structures and even laws and policies more progressive in terms of gender equality will never be able to have the foreseen impact. Institutional change is the basis on which efforts are built in favor of gender equality. And for this, UNDP has furthered the gender equality hallmark in judicial arrangements in 5 countries of the region: Argentina, Chile, Colombia, also Paraguay, Dominican Republic. Some of the outcomes of this hallmark in the judicial sector has been the reduction of the sexist bias in judicial rulings and an increased number of convictions in case of violence, gender-based violence, especially sexual violence and feminicide, and creation of observatories for justice and gender, which are reviewing sentences and convictions seen from the viewpoint of gender. Care is at the heart of this resilience agenda. This implies recognizing, reducing, and redistributing care work, investing in public services, and ensuring economic and social policies for them to be designed from the rights viewpoint. UNDP is furthering digital solutions, innovative, such as a care georeferencing system, which has already been implemented in 8 countries of the region, that seeks to strengthen public infrastructures, digital infrastructures by building care maps. In a context of challenges for the climate agenda, the Gender Action Plan of Beijing in COP30 also represents a historical step ahead. Also, at UNDP, we're convinced that gender equality is not negotiable. It is a pathway for fairer, resilient, and sustainable societies, and that is reflected in our framework for strategic planning for coming years. Today, we are in the process of developing the gender strategy, gender equality strategy until 2029. And this has to do with the 4 areas of work: prosperity for all people, effective governance, healthy planet, and resilience in case of crisis. recognizing that without gender equality, there are no effective nor sustainable solutions. And in this context, and making the use of the presiding officers, we reaffirm our disposition to continue working closely with government, civil society, sister agencies of the UN system, and other key sectors in order to make a reality of the Tlatelolco commitment and continue to further initiatives that may contribute to their effective implementation. Thank you.
Gracias.
Very well. And now, ACNUR, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, international agency colleagues and representatives of the civil society. I thank you for the opportunity to take part on behalf of the UN Agency for Refugees and Mr. Jose Samaniego. Likewise, I second all the greetings expressed earlier. We have a roadmap for the decade towards substantive equality in the care society. However, we would like to underscore a critical point. If refugee and migrant and nationless women are not able to take part, what happens in practice is invisibility and exclusion. We see this every day, what we do. In Latin America and the Caribbean, almost half of the persons displaced are women and girls, and many do care work in very precarious conditions without any recognition or social protection. When there are no laws, no program, no administrative system, they're outside their statistics and routes for protection. This is not just a technical detail, it is a structural gap that perpetuates inequality. ACNUR, we contribute to SDG 5 under the premise of leaving no one behind, contributing data, community and studies, and regional evidence to make visible the dynamics that do not appear in the national records. Women that have no documents, without any services, and barriers to access formal employment, and the risk of violence in transit. We can be a key player to strengthen information and monitoring systems, ensuring human mobility is integrated to the care policies and mechanisms for following up on the Tlatelolco commitments. Our invitation is clear to build a society of care that is truly inclusive, integrating human mobility throughout the cycle of public policy.
Acceso a documentación.
We guarantee the access to documentation and justice and recognize strategic role of organization of refugees as partners, not beneficiary. Dear delegates, the region cannot move towards substantive equality if leaving aside those who support the care under adverse conditions. We are ready to collaborate with ICLAC, UN Women, and all of you by contributing with evidence articulation so the promise to not leaving anyone behind becomes a reality. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you to the High Commissioner for Refugees, and I will give the floor virtually to the representative of ILO. Thank you very much, dear delegates and colleagues participating of the presiding officers, government, and agencies represented. I want to focus my intervention in the presentation of the Division of Gender Affairs to congratulate ICLAC and give my acknowledgement, and it's real pleasure to work with professionals that are so much committed in collaboration with our sister agencies such as UN Women and the UNDP. From the ILO, we celebrate the opportunity to join efforts to implement the action plan on decent work and care economy that stem from the resolution 2024. This resolution acknowledges the urgent need to ensure decent work, the economy of care, and promote them through universal access to care services. we're looking forward to 2026. The International Conference on Labor will hold a tripartite general debate on transformative agency for gender equality. This agenda that will be discussed in the meeting in June 2026 looks to move forward to a real equality in the labor medium, to reducing the equal pay gap, reduce violence and harassment in the work, and ensure inclusion in every aspect of the labor environment. It is a new opportunity for GRULAC and all countries represented in Latin America and the Caribbean will take again to our headquarters of social debate at the forefront that this region is in the themes of gender equality and its progress. So we are grateful for providing us the space and give us the floor to speak on the reality of millions of women laborers so they can reach social justice.
Gracias.
Thank you to the ILO, and we complete our intervention with the representation of Parlacem.
Bueno, parece que
It seems that we have some problem of disconnection with Parlacem. Thank you to all of you for your intervention. Without that, on the intervention, we have listened to some contributions for the implementation, and so we are very grateful for that right now. And we're going to move to our second point of our agenda, the presentation of the proposed roadmap and country reports on actions foreseen for the implementation of the Tlatelolco commitment. Many of you have already made your contribution to this discussion, but in this case, we want also to present on behalf of Mexico and the chair of these presiding officers, the proposed roadmap. And good morning. Good morning. Sorry for interrupting, but I cannot have access to the microphone and I don't have access to the camera, the video. Sorry. Can you introduce yourself, please? Heidi Mira, Secretary of the Central American Parliament. I was asking for the floor previously. Yes, indeed. We gave you the floor, but we couldn't connect. We are reviewing with the technical team your connection in order to see you. Welcome. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning. And please receive my cordial greetings from our President, the Deputy Carla Gutierrez, and this delegation of the Central American Parliament, the Honorable Deputy Socorro Moreno, and the Secretariat, the Anaid Bernard Cousiño, former President of the Commission on Women and Family, the President of the Condition of Women, Deputy Roberto Montenegro, and on behalf of myself, Carolina Amiga, I'm the Secretary for the State of El Salvador. And my special greeting from all the Commission for us, it is extremely important to be attending the 67th meeting of the presiding officers and the regional conference. And thank you very much for inviting us. And I want to say you that today, as in every other day, we ratify our commitment to continue to work in the system of care through the Central American Parliament. We are working in recommended initiative, declaration supporting the policies of care. Let me comment you that very recently we have introduced an initiative that is a resolution right now on the recognition and restructuring of unpaid work in the countries of the region. Unpaid work, including domestic caregiving to is the basic, visible basic, which is based on the economy and community welfare, but it continues to be an invisible work which is not included in national accounts and taken on mostly by women in a disproportionate fashion. For that, as Commission of the Women, we submitted the initiative that I just commented to you. And with the recommendation, we recommend member state of the SICA system the full ratification and application of international regulation on the work of care and promote on the harmonization of the national regulation according to international standard to ensure the protection of care giving and the continuous improvement of the system of care in the countries member of SICA. We also recommend the Council of Ministers of Women in Dominican Republic, Congo, and the Secretariat of Central American Interaction to promote comprehensive system and reinforce public policies of care that recognize, reduce, and redistribute unpaid work at the family, community, and business and state level. We also recommend to the Council of Ministers, Labor Ministry of SICA to promote the measurement and visibilization of unpaid work and include them in the satellite accounts and for the GDP and promote the surveys of time use in every country that are our mentor with a gender approach. We also recommend to state members that through the corresponding institution, they may implement comprehensive care system that ensure universal access to good quality public services, daycare centers, infant services, and care policies for the elderly. It is necessary that we work in the budget, because if we lack budget, we will not be able to carry out all these plans and systems. I'm very proud to have been participated in the first conference when we started in Buenos Aires. And we have been following up through the Commission of Women, Childhood and Family. And with our Vice President, Carla Gutierrez, she's very much committed to working in all the system of care for women, for children, and our people. So thank you very much for inviting me. We are here also. We endorse our commitment to continue to work. Thank you very much, and my greetings to all of you. I have camera problem, but here we are. My greetings to all of you through virtual exchange. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. And now the final intervention, and these are the representative of the government of Spain. Good afternoon to all of you here in Spain, dear authorities, dear Mr. President and Representative. I am Leila Haro. I am the Secretary of State for the quality of the government in Spain, and it's a real honor for me on behalf of the government of Spain to convey you these fraternal greetings. I want to start with a reflection, because we are at a crucial time of gathering and action where the collective commitment is a force that forces us. I want to reaffirm them from Spain, the government of Spain. We will adopt every possible progressive measure to reinforce this needed institutional architecture that accompanies how the final intervening is accompanied with economic resources in order to achieve gender equality, which is the only way to build more and prosperous and equitable society. In Spain, we are moving decisively with the commitment of Tlatelolco, which reflects we have a renewed state covenant against gender violence. We have multiplied our measures against gender violence. We have 461 measures, 1.5 billion euros allocated to this issue because we consider violence against women, one of them is a structural problem, and they need a coordinated and strong, sustained response. As for legislature in the Council of Ministers, we already approved a draft organic law around vicary violence. Well, you know very well this is a cruel and coward expression of macho violence that uses children as instrument to generate the greatest damage possible to women. From the Ministry of Equality, we double our efforts to protect more vulnerable women. We are preparing laws to fight against treat of human system that is the source for prostitution in our system, in our country. And we are committing to promote the law for the abolition of prostitution. We are going to present these advances in CEDAW. And without a closing, we have very good results in our plan that we started 5 years ago, the plan for co-responsibility. This is innovative initiative that incorporate men to this care task. And this is a 5-year term because we are convinced that real equality will not be possible if the care continue to fall on the back of women in a disproportionate manner. So involving men in co-responsibility is unavoidable to move toward the society of care. We are very aware that machismo is muting and it's adopting new sophisticated form through digital platform, social network, and the use of advanced technology to disseminate misogynistic idea, which is an explosive combination. We are facing digital violence of women, and they want us to not to speak anymore. From that, I want to launch a message of hope in the face of the fear that want to impose us.
We are here and we are moving forward in this direction. Feminism is transforming the world, and that is our horizon, a horizon of greater justice and freedom. Many thanks to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, to UN Women, to the government of Mexico, which holds the presidency of this board of directors, and to our beloved host country, Chile, for organizing this meeting. Alliances are fundamental. They strengthen us in our determination, and the joint work of all of us together are the ones that will lead us to a better life and world. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. We conclude this part of the meeting, and now I would ask you to please show the presentation for the roadmap.
La Conferencia Regional sobre las Mujeres de América Latina y el
The Regional Conference on Women of Latin America, women, not woman, which is a change approved by the member states in paragraph 53 of the Tlatelolco Committee, ratified during the 13th plenary of the Commission. Also, the importance of speaking in plural is a recognition to women, adolescents, and girls in all their diversity, and consider the guarantee of their rights as key to reach care, society, and gender equality. And here we have to welcome what the representative from UNHCR said, to name the diversities of these women and also the displaced women, which I believe is something we must take into account. Thank you for reminding us of that. The Tlatelolco commitment establishes a decade of action from 2025 to 2035. So we have Society of Care as a new paradigm for society. Care society, a new paradigm for sustainable development, equality, and peace. Care as a necessity, a human right, a global public good, and an economic sector that drives the economy. Agreements on regulatory framework, institutionality, participation, and strengthening of state capacities, financing and cooperation, and information communication, technology, monitoring, evaluation, and accountability systems, highlights the commitment to renewed multilateralism and reiterates support for the United Nations, including requests for joint work. This is a roadmap for the next 3 years before our conference in Colombia. So we already had in August the meeting in Mexico. We are right now in the 67th meeting, the 67th meeting of the presiding officers. In March, we will have the 70th session of the Legal and Social Commission of the Status of Women. The idea is to be able to take advantage of the presence of several ministries in New York to have before the conference or in the framework of the conference to hold a meeting of the countries and representations of those of us who are part of the conference as something that comes before the CSW and agree beforehand to present our points of view during the sessions in New York. In December, we would have the new session of the presiding officers, and in 2027 again, and in 2028, our conference in Colombia. This is a very general agenda, as you can see. Nevertheless, there are some proposals that we would like to emphasize, taking into account that the fora that meet before the conferences, we can take advantage of them online. That gives us an advantage, and that is that without spending a lot of money, we can have permanent meetings. The idea is that if we have at least 4 fora that meet before the conference, we will be able to have meetings of the 4 fora: civil society, the feminist, the academic, the local governments, and the parliamentary fora. At least one online session a year connected to the follow-up of the commitment of Tlatelolco. So we can take advantage of those spaces and not have them only before the conferences. The participants, the proposal is national mechanisms for the advancement of women, university study centers and feminist networks, statistical teams, use of time, and feminist economies and care policies. This, of course, fulfills the mandate of the Tlatelolco Commitment on participation, strengthening of state capacities, and information systems. And also, it creates continuity between milestones. If we have a yearly meeting, we have a gender statistics meeting, and we have one conference every 3 years, we will have a continuity through the online meetings. What we said during the opening ceremony, the proposal is to create a regional monitoring architecture to accompany the 2025-2035 Agreement on Substantive Equality and the Care Society. We need to identify this in the roadmap. This might be new for some countries. We can take advantage of those efforts we're already developing, but the idea is to ask governments and as institutions, we need tools, input, statistics that will allow us to permanently evaluate ourselves as governments in the fulfillment of the commitment. It's not an isolated thing. It goes together with the Beijing platform, so this can create a synergy. And also we have to take advantage what the technical teams are doing in our countries to have a good permanent feedback. the need to identify in the roadmap, we have mentioned this, and many of you mentioned this already in this first stage. We need to establish for this commitment tools to strengthen the institutionality and the financing and improve the cooperation systems. For this purpose, information systems evaluation and accountability are very important. We have technical entities from the UN. ECLAC, for instance, gives us an accompaniment to the secretariat of the conference on a permanent basis, and anchoring this to the results that the observatory provides every year, with the idea of forming over these 3 years a team capable of preparing the 17th conference in Colombia, create permanent monitoring mechanisms for the decade. This was mentioned already. It's a decade which has many variables politically in our region, more complex systems. We're going to have many times more violent systems, and also the ratification of other development models that are anchored to life, humanistic life and precepts. So this will allow us in the next decade to have a balance, or at least to try to find a balance to protect what we have already attained. Also, this would allow us to align national agendas with the mandate of the Tlatelolco commitment and with the multilateral roadmap, which are the 4 areas that we need to strengthen for 2026. The focus would be the decade of action for the attainment of the equality and society of care, and the implementation of the Tlatelolco commitment and its dissemination regionally and internationally. For this, we have the observatory, we have the regional fund to support movements of women and feminist movements. This will be analyzed tomorrow in the agenda. We have the bi-regional agreement for care in Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union, and the accelerator of investments in care systems and policies. The 4 are related with the Tlatelolco commitment. Final remarks. For this decade of action to promote the care society calls for action and the building of a more inclusive, productive, and sustainable future where care for all people and the planet is at the center of public policies in all sectors and at all levels of government and state powers. And here we have the last declaration in COP30 in Brazil now that reminds us that the climate crisis affects the life of everyone, of women and of everyone. And this is something that is considered in the Tlatelolco commitment. Latin America and the Caribbean call for a decade of action to accelerate the achievement of substantial gender equity and the care society. How to achieve this? Social dialogue and multi-stakeholder action to build broad shared visions, supporting transformations and public policies, governance and institutionality, cultural change, international cooperation, and sufficient and sustainable financing, and breaking the statistical silence. This call is not only urgent, but also unavoidable. Acting today means sowing hope for present and future generations. This is a proposal we want to submit to the presiding officers, and now we have time for your comments, for your contributions, to add, to remove what we believe is necessary. But anyway, this is a draft submitted to this panel for discussion.
Abrimos la palabra para que
We open the floor for whoever would like to contribute something to the roadmap. We start with our dear Monica from Uruguay.
a todas y a todos.
Good morning and good noon to everyone. I greet the representatives of ECLAC, the authorities, other international agencies, and of the civil society. It's the first time I take the floor.
Bueno, creo que es muy buena esta
I
presentación.
think this presentation is very good because it moves us to a collaborative work. This decade has to show us step by step how we can consolidate things, or where are the obstacles and difficulties to remove those in good time. Many times our commitments wind up by not being fulfilled fully because we don't have sufficient accountability and we don't evaluate step by step and we don't rectify our path. The Uruguayan state guarantees its commitment with the right to care in an international context where we have threats, but this right nonetheless has obtained recognition without precedent. And the Tlatelolco commitment shows this very clearly. And I think that we have to combine the fear produced by those discourses that deny things. We have to put that together with the power we have as Latin America and the Caribbean to remove obstacles. This is a hallmark in the defense of human rights of women, restating the urgency of building a society of care as a transforming horizon for the region. We are challenged to integrate care systems that are truly comprehensive, that truly promote gender equality, and that truly recognize human independence throughout life. This commitment promotes public investment in the economy of care, co-responsibility in the state, family, private sector, etc., and the adoption of policies that reduce structural inequalities.
Especially those affecting our women, girls, and adolescents in all of their diversity, consolidating care as a pillar for sustainable development and social justice. Our main national advancements or progress, and I'd like to refer to the view we have in this roadmap, but also how do we generate our own synergies from the different countries with these proposals? Well, in July of this year, the Social Dialogue for Protection and Social Security was launched in Uruguay, seeking to build broad, sustainable agreements between the executive branch, the political parties, of and social players that are most representatives in social protection. The process seeks to debate and agree on measures in 4 key areas: protection of childhood, within a view of poverty and exclusion. There is a large amount of poverty in children, not the highest one, but it does have a high level that is between childhood and the general number of poverty. It is very high. The system, the care system that we have built since 2015, progressively within a legal framework that is being implemented. Protection of active persons and pensions and retirement systems. This dialogue is consolidated as a democratic tool and has solidarity as a fundamental pillar for this process. It has confirmed that care has a cross-sectional impact with severe socioeconomic consequences for our country. And the present structure of care, if we don't modify that, will intensify, will exacerbate these inequalities in poverty. And also, we have an important demographic transition. However, we are going through an aging process with an overburden in the care work for women and girls. This is a structural barrier that limits our full and sustained participation in employment and in any area that we would like to participate, perpetuating inequality and lack of economic autonomy and autonomy in participation for decision making. We have prepared a care plan 2026-2030, and in October of this year, it was approved and submitted. This new plan approved and submitted, seeking to consolidate care as a transformative action for well-being, and of course in support of the right of all of us, and self-care as well as a human right. This new plan provides strategies to guarantee the right to care throughout the whole life, including relationship with territory, housing, and mobility, improve labor conditions, and professionalization of the care sector, strengthening information systems to design and evaluate evidence-based policies, and promoting cultural change in order to consolidate society of care. The plan is based on 3 pillars: Law 19,353, establishing legal obligations for the system, international commitments, and a broad participatory process of the state, civil society, academia, and private sector. Strategic access seeks to move towards universal right to care, reduce a restriction of access, and make work of caregivers decent, and share responsibilities between the state, family, and move towards a new social organization. The next challenge is to implement it, strengthening interinstitutional governance, ensuring financial sustainability, and moving or promoting territory-based policies. It's important for them to be implemented. And so this, it integrates social dialogue with policies for childhood, time use, and financing solidarian and sustainable systems in order to make it sustainable. About that financing, at least to have a quality care system, it needs to delay dependency with its cost on permanent care, ensure quality, generating significant savings in the expenditure of the state, mainly in health and social security. Therefore, it's necessary to plan universal access to care and endorsing those long-lasting cares. This should ensure autonomy and social protection of vulnerable homes, offering quality protection without them being subject to budgetary allocations of governments in office. The care cannot be subject to the market given the premiums or unequal access to them. That is why the advanced discussions towards progressive implementation of the new care plan and the strengthening of the system of care through a fund for specific care, Solidarian fund with different financing systems, specific employment, workers, retirees, depending on the payment and co-payment capacities of the users. Design of a strategy supporting families, promoting insertion of women to release time, and that time be implemented in economic autonomy of women, and also for self-care, health, education, cultural, and entertainment of women, and also generation of care employments that are of quality for a decent intergenerational life with social and gender co-responsibility. Therefore, in this subject, Tlatelolco convenes us, and particularly this new paradigm of society of care. We have much to learn among all of us to move it forward as soon as possible, because time counts for a decent life of persons. Thank you. Thank you for the contributions, dear Monica. We've taken notes. Now we give the floor virtually to Costa Rica. Please go ahead. Good morning. Excellent authorities, colleagues from Latin America and the Caribbean. We see with the enthusiasm of the proposal of roadmap for the decade this regional commitment based on the Tlatelolco agreement supports the work we promote in our national policy for effective equality among men and women. And I would like to share how in Costa Rica, the institutional interest and concrete actions allow us to move towards in sync with regional agreements. In Costa Rica, there are more than 60 public institutions working articulatedly under this public policy with clear commitments, and the action plan from 2023 to 26 is fully in sync with their regional roadmap. It's structured based on 4 axes: change of culture, cultural change, time distribution, wealth distribution, and country distribution. Country is a pillar for sustainability in life and planet. The Tlatelolco commitment recognizes care as a human right, and Costa Rica is in that path. In our public policies, we are considering leveraging the social responsibility of care. We want to expand services that are currently promoted, and also we are moving forward a bill that will open the possibility of co-payment to facilitate the access of persons in a situation of dependency, where burden not only be in the state, but also in the business and private sectors. And we continue strengthening unpaid work through the care account, because to make visible the contribution of women is essential to redistribute time and guarantee economy. That cannot be achieved without strengthening the economic autonomy and the work of women. And Tlatelolco calls us to guarantee full and productive employment, access to strategic sectors, and formalize the work of care. In Costa Rica, the labor rights technical training in different areas. We also incentivize harnessing from enterprises of technology through a program. We have a gender program in Costa Rica. This where the private sector needs to be a crucial actor in these changes. On the other hand, we have advanced in access to productive resources for products for women. Environmental subject is something else that convenes us. There are differentiated impacts of climate change in the dignity of women, and the urgency of integrating gender policy and environmental policies and in disaster risk management. Thanks to Spanish cooperation, we in Costa Rica, and as part of this, we have strengthened our regional unit. We have generated regional plans of equality, nonviolence in climate action. and also regional strategies of green and blue employment. These instruments will enter into force next year and will guide not only the activities of INAP, but also interinstitutional articulation, working hand in hand with the communities, because the central objective, with the support of the Cooperation Fund for the Development of OIEA, we will train officials from our regional venues and specializing in gender and climate action. And that technical training is indispensable because our teams not only face the impact of climate change in the life of women, we want this experience will translate into effective actions to guarantee sustainable development. And this progress would be impossible without a sound governance. The management model of our public policy has a technical and political sections with an online information system for the report of accounts, totally in alignment. The articulation of our Tlatelolco commitment and our public policies shows that we are not starting from scratch. We build on concrete advances and a public policy, state policy projected to 2030, and reaffirms substantive equality and society of care are achievable goals if we work together. Costa Rica reiterates its commitment in this roadmap and calls respectfully in regional and international cooperation to share the best practices, harmonize resources, and guarantee that the next decade be, in fact, one decade of action for equality and care. Equality is not a faraway goal. It is a collective, firm decision. The next decade. And when women advance, society advances. So that's, thank you very much.
Gracias. Tiene la participación.
Thank you. Now, representative of Dominican Republic, please, you go ahead.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending where we are. From the Dominican Republic, we greet all the states and the chair and also all the participants. Cordial greetings on behalf of the Minister of Women Affairs, Mayra Jimenez, who values this space and collective space in order to move towards gender substantive equality and society of care. We thank the presentation on the roadmap for the implementation of the Tlatelolco Agreement that constitutes an key instrument to accelerate policies and strengthen regional cooperation on care as a human right, integral care systems, and social and collective co-responsibility. In Dominican Republic, we assume this commitment with determination. And since 2022, we have the Roundtable of Care and for public policies, service sectors, and social protection. And this has enabled consolidating a common view for a national care policy, advancing towards consolidating a national care system. With the implementation of this strategy on care, we have advanced in reducing gaps between supply and demand of services for 3 priority populations: childhood, elderly, and persons with disabilities.
We've also moved ahead in the professionalization of caregivers and furthering opportunities for decent employment, promoting participatory planning processes, dialogue, and community co-responsibility as a part of the country commitment with the Care Society in alignment with the commitment and Decade for Action. We are preparing the expansion to new territories of care, communities with an integral rights-based approach, sustainable development, and territorial expansion, regional and multiplayer. Our planning also includes the consolidation of the national care policy, managing data for interoperability of the care system, implementation of strategies for the change in social and cultural standards with regard to care, and self-care, already mentioned as a fundamental pillar for decent care, and mainstreaming the gender aspect in services, public policies, funding, as well as strengthening connection at interinstitutional and intersectoral level with state agencies, civil society, the private sector, cooperation agencies, and various states in the region and others around the world. And so, Madam Chair, the commitment of Tlatelolco convenes us to speed up our cooperation and to be accountable. In the Dominican Republic, we are convinced that without care, there is no life, there is no democracy, and there is no development. And that is why we reaffirm our will to continue moving ahead with technical rigor, with the social participation and strategies for articulated public policy. As a region, we have a historical opportunity to consolidate a care society that transforms the living conditions of millions of women, families, and men. And the Dominican Republic will continue to contribute actively with this common purpose. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
I thank the Dominican Republic. And now we return to the physical space and recognize UNICEF, please.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I share my cordial greetings by the Regional Director of UNICEF, Rael Virgilio Venice, whom I represent here, and all members of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women. A special greeting to Ligali, who today represents the Director, Rivadeneira, and we express our support to your chair of presiding officers, and also we greet the official delegations in person and online, and also representatives of the civil society. And we thank ECLAC and UN Women for the leadership in this area. Last August, we celebrated that the Tlatelolco commitment made visible girls and adolescents in more than 19 mentions throughout the commitment, which constitutes a political achievement that is relevant to the regional gender agenda. And also, thank you to the Mexico for highlighting this, recognizing the participation by girls at the conference in Mexico, and who not only made their voices heard in that historical occasion, but also have continued to work with an action plan of their own to extend awareness about care and girls in their different communities and countries. This is a reminder that policies must be built with them, for them. For UNICEF, the big message is clear. Implementing the Tlatelolco commitment in this decade for action, we cannot forget girls. That is, care policies cannot overlook these girls, and we must also be careful with the consequences that certain care policies may have. Let's recall that the evidence of the document produced together with UN Women did relay data of very great importance, among others, that girls and adolescents invest on average at least 1 hour more a day than their male peers in terms of unpaid care work, which implies an additional 7 hours a week. But this is doubled and even trebled when the girls belong to lower socioeconomic levels. And so that is why it is essential to support delegations for the design and care policies and programs. And together with UN Women, we are launching a very nice work that we did together, Framework for Action, with concrete examples and concrete interventions about care and adolescent girls. And concretely, there are 4 very important measures that we're proposing, expanding quality services for early childhood, 0 to 3 years of age, and that they may be accessible and sensitive to the needs of adolescents, to strengthen programs for social protection in order to accompany these transitions and educational trajectories, promoting co-responsibility for care. And what Mexico mentioned at the start, transforming the gender social standards, the stereotypes, and challenging traditions and building a new narrative regarding care. It's also very important, and several delegations have mentioned this, as Uruguay did recently, strengthening the evidence and information systems that will allow measuring the time that girls and adolescents invest in care, household care, unpaid. At UNICEF, we reaffirm our commitment to work together with governments and regional partners so that the Tlatelolco commitment may become a live tool that furthers generational justice, gender equity, and future for our societies. And as the girls said at the conference, if care is fair, the future is ours. It is theirs. It is their right. And so at UNICEF, we're advocating for a decade of action that may include them, the girls. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And to end, now we will be addressed by Marianne de la Conner from the Civil Society. Thank you.
Hola.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much. I speak as part of the Regional Committee of Feminist Networks and Women's Organizations that are part of the Feminist Forum of the conference. I'm Diana Giacomo from the International Community of Women Living with HIV, and also we reaffirm our commitment to the conference. And we really like this of the roadmap and presentation of annual virtual fora. We would also ask for commitment by governments as well as cooperation to see the crisis that is ongoing and supporting these movements, because it is each day more difficult to maintain them. And in terms of the care policies, this is about the fourth burden of care by the defenders of human rights to take care of our own movement and to continue defending human rights. Everything that we do, in addition to caring for the movement, we will continue standing, struggling and defending territories and human rights. But regarding UN structures and all the conferences that we work with should always take into account thinking, how can we sustain this? The fora virtual, it takes up time, as well as the conferences as we have this year, because it is very important to also think of defending human rights in terms of care. Thank you, as always, ECLAC, UN Women, and all system agencies that work with us day by day. And we're also thinking of our daily care in order to be here, as well as all other colleagues who are investing their time and work in this. And we thank the governments for working with us to have good public policies and to sustain this in all countries as possible. In some, such as mine, not in this case, but we need to maintain human rights and care because we believe that this is a sort of pandemic, what is happening in the region with certain matters. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Mariana. And also we thank you for the efforts made for everyone here in the various corners that we have gone to be present with the presiding officers, because we know that the challenges are immense, colleagues. So thank each and every one of you for making the effort to be here. And so we will wrap up now and break for lunch.
Colombia Virtual. Antes de cerrar, perdón.
Colombia online. And there has been a request for the floor from Colombia and the online room. Go ahead, please. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished authorities of ECLAC and representatives of UN Women delegations. Colombia agrees with enthusiasm the presentation of the roadmap of the Decade of Action 2025-2035 and reaffirms its commitment to the implementation of the Tlatelolco commitment. The agenda undoubtedly is a historic opportunity to transform and structure our history and the region regarding a paradigm that places equality, care, and social justice at the heart of our development strategies. The Care Society is not just a programmatic approach. It is a political project, ethical and civilization-based, that defends the way that organizations in our different countries consider economy, institutions, and our social affairs. Women have historically been the invisible foundations that allow our societies to work. They have disproportionately borne injustice, the weight of household work, and unpaid care, which all sustain life and economy that for decades has been relayed and made invisible. The roadmap that we're discussing today recognizes that economic sustainability, social cohesion, and democracy all depend on the care being recognized as a right, as a public good, and as a strategic economic sector. This recognition is essential in order to close structural gaps and move towards substantive equality. So allow me to highlight certain elements that Colombia considers to be key to implement this decade of action. First of all, the construction of integral care systems with sustainable financing. A true integral care system requires of public service structures that is sound, professionals, and robust regulatory framework. Colombia is moving ahead in the construction of its national care system, connecting various sectors, administrative levels, and players. And to ensure the sustainability of the system is absolutely necessary to have sources of funding that are adequate, stable, as well as international cooperation to overcome the structural gaps. Second, the economic transformation and recognition of care as a strategic sector of the economy. The care economy leads to employment, dynamizes innovation, strengthens productivity, and contributes to the reduction of multidimensional poverty. Colombia considers that the Decade for Action must position care as the basis of a fairer economic model, and where social investment is understood as a productive investment with a macroeconomic impact. And likewise, it is urgent to move ahead in the formalization of care work and recognizing fully the labor rights for these caregivers and who sustain the sector even despite the lack of protection. And then, state, market, community, men and women. Without a redistribution, there will be no equality. And so in the decade of care, it is necessary to promote co-responsibility, generating mechanisms to ensure that care should not disproportionately fall on the shoulders of poorer women, rural, indigenous women, Afro-descendants, and migrants. Colombia highlights the relevance of having educational and cultural policies to change gender stereotypes that naturalize these situations. And then everything at regional level must be done to ensure these goals. During this decade, one of the pillars of Tlatelolco is to move towards common metrics in order to quantify the care and value the economic impact and guide public policy.
The importance of ICLACs in this effort, especially in the harmonization of methodology, time use, service, and regional statistic framework. Decision-making based on evidence is dispensable for the efficacy of the decade of action. Fifth, intersectional and territorial approach is essential for us from the Colombia perspective. And we think and we're convinced that the society of care should answer to diversity of women and heterogeneity of territories. The need of an urban woman are not the same to an indigenous, Afro-descendant, rural or migrant women. So the policies of care should be designed with a differential approach, acknowledging the different realities and ensuring equitable access to quality services. Third, the regional cooperation is transforming driving force. The Tlatelolco commitment shows that the region has reached solid, essential political commitment to work together to structural changes. Colombia considered that the decade should consolidate technical, financial, and political mechanisms for exchanging experiences, technical capacity building, training, and expression of common projects. Dear Excellencies, Colombia is building a national system of care that wants to become a regional example. We are transforming the social organization of care as an act of historical justice, recognizing that without equality, we will not reach full equality. The society of care is not utopian, it's a clear roadmap feasible for the development of our region. The roadmap presented today reinforces the commitment and invites us to act with urgency and consistency. Colombia reaffirmed that we will work with all the states of the region to transform this decade of action into a period of decisive transforming progress. So Latin America and the Caribbean will become as a global line for justice and equality. Thank you very much. Thank you for the words of the representative of Colombia. And right now, we will conclude with the representative of Panama. Panama, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. My cordial greeting from our ministry, Her Excellent Mr. Palacio. She's the Ministry of Women and the chair of the Inter-American Commission of Women, a pro tempore chair of the Council of Central American and Dominican Republic Women's Conference. We are at a crucial time where the agenda for gender equality insists in our decisive action. We have worked strongly to consolidate a regional common position. And acknowledging, no tenemos sonido. In spite of the structural emerging challenges faced by our country, we have fostered policies and programs to move towards the recognition, reduction, and redistribution of the care work. At the national and local level, we have been working in the implementation of the Beijing platform. There is a long road ahead, but there are still deep inequality. And for this reason, we energetically call all the member states of the cooperation agency and regional institutions to continue to add efforts. It is imperative for us to go through a change of development model that put at the center the care and sustainability of life, which is the key to aspire for really more egalitarian and inclusive society. Panama has done step forward in building its national system of care by implementing different action, targeting a policy that would contribute to the recognition, reduction, and redistribution of care. In this sense, it is important to highlight the approval of Law 431/2024, creating the National System of Care, and that places our country among the first in establishing regulatory framework that established care as a human right. We appreciate the support and advice from UN Women that has been essential in order to move towards the creation of the national system of care. And in parallel, we have developed innovative initiative as part for the implementation of a local management model of care, which is part of the municipality of Panama through the initiative Territories That Take Care of, the creation of the local roundtable of care, facilitating the participation of community in the Plan of Care 2025. We should highlight that it included preparing a diagnosis of the supply and demand for care in the municipality that allows to organize and expand existing services and creating new services and provide care for early childhood and elderly with disabilities. It is important to highlight that this we will deliver the first house for the daycare of elderly that live in this locality. As for training, we have a certificate for caregivers in collaboration with the University of Les Americas, named Care and Service for Dependent Elderly. This with the aim of promoting the knowledge and professionalization of care work. Today, we are advancing to articulate management through the Ministry of Labor in order to train or form the first cooperative or caregivers. We also have one document with the estimation of COSCO, implementation of local plan of cares with future expansion to other municipal governance. This is a pilot innovative expression that looks to generate practical experiences for designing sustainable, inclusive public policies based on the participation of all public sectors. We have had very significant learnings in Panama, but guaranteeing participatory territorial approach from an intersectional unit based on human rights, generating interlocutory spaces among key stakeholders, including institutions, the academia, community organization that promotes the design and execution of care policy at the locality level based on priorities and need of territories, which are essential to ensure legitimacy and sustainability of the model. From the mechanism of women in Panama, we reiterate a strong commitment to continue to move towards a national system of care that is solidary, fair, and sustainable. We know that taking care is not an individual need, it's a social function that is key for the welfare of our community and the development of the country. We are ensuring that the care is recognized as a right and a shared responsibility between state, family, community, and the private sector. Our commitment is translated into specific action to allocate necessary resources, building a solid institution, reduce gender gap that impact on women especially, and generate public policy based on real data with active participation and involvement of all sectors. Our country needs a system of care that dignifies the caregivers, that provide opportunities for those who historically have taken the work care in an unpaid format, and that ensures opportune service for those who most need them. Today, we are given strong step, and we will continue to advance to the society of care with opportunities for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. And after what has been said by different delegations, we are very happy that we coincide, and how we are going to make this reality, how we are going to give time so that justice has a historical debt, but demand us celerity and speed. And this is shown in the different intervention and also in public policy that many governments are already putting in place. And also, we say we need to accompany and hold tight. We thank very much the voice of civil society. We will continue to discuss these topics during our conference. It's 1:25. We resume at 2:25 in this same space. Thank you to everyone.
de la actualización del Observatorio de Igualdad Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG. El objetivo del OIG es poner a disposición información de los países de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales sobre derechos de las mujeres e igualdad de género. El observatorio también trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades de equipos técnicos de los mecanismos para el adelanto de las mujeres, las oficinas nacionales de estadística y otros organismos de gobierno. Este observatorio es uno de los primeros y más visitados de la CEPAL, con más de 100.000 visitas mensuales. La actualización que hoy les presentamos incluye mejoras significativas en su funcionamiento y diseño, garantizando un acceso más eficiente a los contenidos del OIG. Entre las principales mejoras de esta actualización se destaca el rediseño gráfico y la optimización de la experiencia, creando una interfaz visual renovada que facilita la búsqueda de información. Cada elemento ha sido cuidadosamente pensado para permitir un acceso rápido, sencillo y eficiente a los contenidos del observatorio, garantizando así una navegación fluida. La autonomía de las mujeres es resultado de contar con la capacidad para tomar libremente las decisiones que afectan sus vidas en condiciones de igualdad. El observatorio se estructura sobre la base de la promoción de la autonomía de las mujeres y cuenta con información a nivel regional relacionada con sus tres dimensiones: autonomía económica, autonomía física y autonomía en la toma de decisiones. Hemos optimizado la sección de autonomías mediante la incorporación de un panel de selección. Esta herramienta visual organiza y presenta los indicadores en una sola pantalla, proporcionando una navegación más ágil y fluida, sin necesidad de recorrer múltiples páginas o pestañas. En esta sección también se pueden revisar normas y leyes recientes, e informes y estudios vinculados a la autonomía seleccionada. Otro avance clave en esta actualización es la mejora en la sección de indicadores. El listado ahora integra los indicadores acordados para el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, incluyendo información sobre el empleo de las mujeres, sectores de actividad desagregado por sexo y la proporción de la población fuera del mercado laboral por razones familiares, domésticas y de cuidados. En cuanto a la autonomía física, se incorpora el indicador de tasa de fecundidad de niñas y adolescentes, facilitando el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible para avanzar hacia la igualdad de género. Cada indicador contará con información adicional, descripciones detalladas y un mejor acceso a las desagregaciones disponibles en Cepalstat. Además, se muestran publicaciones relacionadas para facilitar el acceso a contenidos complementarios y análisis de los indicadores visualizados. La sección de países ha sido rediseñada para mejorar la visualización de las fichas de cada país, incluyendo ahora un perfil estadístico más completo, con acceso directo a los principales indicadores organizados en un listado categorizado por autonomía. También se incluye un nuevo perfil estadístico regional de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, se ha optimizado la presentación del sistema político y electoral y se ha incorporado a esta sección una visualización de los siguientes indicadores: nivel jerárquico de los mecanismos para el adelanto de la mujer MAM y ratificación del protocolo facultativo de la Convención sobre la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer. Las secciones de recursos de difusión e informes de estudios se integran en la nueva sección de publicaciones, que reunirá publicaciones de la CEPAL, de organizaciones socias, de países, así como video. Esta sección estará organizada en un formato de listado y contará con filtros avanzados por autonomía, fecha, país y tema, facilitando el acceso a los recursos de manera más precisa. Con esta actualización, el Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG, se consolida como una herramienta más accesible y eficiente para el seguimiento de indicadores y el monitoreo de políticas de género en la región. Esta mejora permite acceder a información actualizada, utilizar herramientas de análisis avanzadas y navegar por una plataforma más ágil y segura, contribuyendo así al diseño de políticas públicas para la igualdad de género. A través de este video exploramos la actualización del Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG. El objetivo del OIG es poner a disposición información de los países de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales sobre derechos de las mujeres e igualdad de género. El observatorio también trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades de equipos técnicos de los mecanismos para el adelanto de las mujeres, las oficinas nacionales de estadística y otros organismos de gobierno. Este observatorio es uno de los primeros y más visitados de la CEPAL, con más de 100.000 visitas mensuales. La actualización que hoy les presentamos incluye mejoras significativas en su funcionamiento y diseño, garantizando un acceso más eficiente a los contenidos del OIG. Entre las principales mejoras de esta actualización se destaca el rediseño gráfico y la optimización de la experiencia, creando una interfaz visual renovada que facilita la búsqueda de información. Cada elemento ha sido cuidadosamente pensado para permitir un acceso rápido, sencillo y eficiente a los contenidos del observatorio, garantizando así una navegación fluida. La autonomía de las mujeres es resultado de contar con la capacidad para tomar libremente las decisiones que afectan sus vidas en condiciones de igualdad. El observatorio se estructura sobre la base de la promoción de la autonomía de las mujeres y cuenta con información a nivel regional relacionada con sus tres dimensiones: autonomía económica, autonomía física y autonomía en la toma de decisiones. Hemos optimizado la sección de autonomías mediante la incorporación de un panel de selección. Esta herramienta visual organiza y presenta los indicadores en una sola pantalla, proporcionando una navegación más ágil y fluida, sin necesidad de recorrer múltiples páginas o pestañas. En esta sección también se pueden revisar normas y leyes recientes, informes y estudios vinculados a la autonomía seleccionada. Otro avance clave en esta actualización es la mejora en la sección de indicadores. El listado ahora integra los indicadores acordados para el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, incluyendo información sobre el empleo de las mujeres, sectores de actividad desagregados por sexo y la proporción de la población fuera del mercado laboral por razones familiares, domésticas y de cuidado. En cuanto a la autonomía física, se incorpora el indicador de tasa de fecundidad de niñas y adolescentes, facilitando el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible para avanzar hacia la igualdad de género. Cada indicador contará con información adicional, descripciones detalladas y un mejor acceso a las desagregaciones disponibles en Cepalstat. Además, se muestran publicaciones relacionadas para facilitar el acceso a contenidos complementarios y análisis de los indicadores visualizados. La sección de países ha sido rediseñada para mejorar la visualización de las fichas de cada país, incluyendo ahora un perfil estadístico indicadores organizados en un listado categorizado por autonomía. También se incluye un nuevo perfil estadístico regional de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, se ha optimizado la presentación del sistema político y electoral y se ha incorporado a esta sección una visualización de los siguientes indicadores: nivel jerárquico de los mecanismos para el adelanto de la mujer MAM y ratificación del protocolo facultativo de la Convención sobre la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer. Las secciones de recursos de difusión e informes de estudios se integran en la nueva sección de publicaciones, que reunirá publicaciones de la CEPAL, de organizaciones socias, de países, así como videos. Esta sección estará organizada en un formato de listado y contará con filtros avanzados por autonomía, fecha, país y tema, facilitando el acceso a los recursos de manera más precisa. Con esta actualización, el Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG, se consolida como una herramienta más accesible y eficiente para el seguimiento de indicadores y el monitoreo de políticas de género en la región. Esta mejora permite acceder a información actualizada, utilizar herramientas de análisis avanzadas y navegar por una plataforma más ágil y segura, contribuyendo así al diseño de políticas públicas para la igualdad de género. Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG. El objetivo del OIG es poner a disposición información de los países de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales sobre derechos de las mujeres e igualdad de género. El observatorio también trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades de equipos técnicos de los mecanismos para el adelanto de las mujeres, las oficinas nacionales de estadística y otros organismos de gobierno. Este observatorio es uno de los primeros y más visitados de la CEPAL, con más de 100.000 visitas mensuales. La actualización que hoy les presentamos incluye mejoras significativas en su funcionamiento y diseño, garantizando un acceso más eficiente a los contenidos del OIG. Entre las principales mejoras de esta actualización se destaca el rediseño gráfico y la optimización de la experiencia, creando una interfaz visual renovada que facilita la búsqueda de información. Cada elemento ha sido cuidadosamente pensado para permitir un acceso rápido, sencillo y eficiente a los contenidos del observatorio, garantizando así una navegación fluida. La autonomía de las mujeres es resultado de contar con la capacidad para tomar libremente las decisiones que afectan sus vidas en condiciones de igualdad. El observatorio se estructura sobre la base de la promoción de la autonomía de las mujeres y cuenta con información a nivel regional relacionada con sus tres dimensiones: autonomía económica, autonomía física y autonomía en la toma de decisiones. Hemos optimizado un panel de selección. La herramienta visual organiza y presenta los indicadores en una sola pantalla, proporcionando una navegación más ágil y fluida, sin necesidad de recorrer múltiples páginas o pestañas. En esta sección también se pueden revisar normas y leyes recientes e vinculados a una selección. Otro avance clave en esta actualización es la mejora en la sección de indicadores. El listado ahora integra los indicadores acordados para el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, incluyendo información sobre el empleo de las mujeres, sectores de actividad desagregados por sexo y la proporción de la población fuera del mercado laboral por razones familiares, domésticas y de cuidado. En cuanto a la autonomía física, incorpora el indicador de tasa de fecundidad de niñas y adolescentes, facilitando el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible para avanzar hacia la igualdad de género. Cada indicador contará con información adicional, descripciones detalladas y un mejor acceso a las desagregaciones disponibles en CEPALstat. Además, se muestran publicaciones relacionadas para facilitar el acceso a contenidos complementarios y análisis de los indicadores visualizados. La sección de países ha sido rediseñada para mejorar la visualización de cada país, incluyendo un estadístico más completo, con acceso a varios indicadores organizados en listados para utilizar el conocimiento. También se incluye un nuevo perfil estadístico regional de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, se ha optimizado la participación del sistema político y electoral. Se ha incorporado a esta sección una visualización de los siguientes indicadores: nivel jerárquico de mecanismos políticos de las mujeres MAP y ratificación del protocolo facultativo de la Convención sobre la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer. Las secciones de e informes de estudio y reunirá publicaciones de CEPAL de organizaciones diferentes. Esta sección será organizada en un formato de listado y con país y tema, facilitando el acceso a los recursos de manera. Con esto, el Observatorio de Igualdad del Caribe, OIG, consolida como una herramienta más accesible y eficiente para el seguimiento de indicadores y el monitoreo de políticas de género en la región. Esta mejora permite acceder a información actualizada, utilizar herramientas de análisis avanzadas y navegar por una plataforma más ágil y segura, contribuyendo así al diseño de políticas públicas para la igualdad de género. A través de este video explorar las novedades de la actualización del Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe. El objetivo del OIG es poner a disposición información de los países de la región, facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales sobre derechos de las mujeres e igualdad de género. El observatorio también trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades de equipos técnicos de los mecanismos para el adelanto de las mujeres, oficinas nacionales de estadística y otros organismos de gobierno. Este observatorio es uno de los primeros y más visitados del CEPAL, con más de 100.000 visitas mensuales. La actualización que hoy les presentamos incluye mejoras significativas en su funcionamiento y diseño, garantizando un acceso más eficiente a los contenidos de la OIG. Entre las principales mejoras de esta actualización se destaca el rediseño gráfico y la optimización de la experiencia, creando una interfaz visual renovada que facilita la búsqueda de información. Cada elemento ha sido cuidadosamente pensado para permitir un acceso rápido, sensible y eficiente a los contenidos del observatorio, garantizando así una navegación fluida. La autonomía de las mujeres es resultado de contar con la capacidad de tomar libremente las decisiones que afectan sus condiciones de igualdad.
Sorry, do you hear me?
Se estructura sobre la base de la promoción de los
Do you hear me online? Sorry, do you hear me online?
mediante la incorporación de un panel de especialistas. Esta herramienta visual organiza y presenta los indicadores en una sola pantalla, proporcionando una navegación más ágil y fluida, sin necesidad de recorrer múltiples páginas o pestañas. En esta sección también se pueden revisar leyes recientes e informes y estudios vinculados a la autonomía seleccionada. Otro avance clave en esta actualización es la mejora en la sección de indicadores. El listado ahora integra los indicadores acordados para el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, incluyendo información sobre el empleo de las mujeres, sectores de actividad desagregados por sexo y la proporción de
of discrimination of women regarding gender stereotypes. We will offer the floor to Rhoda Reddock, Vice President for the Committee for Discrimination Against Women. Welcome, Rhoda, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
To say that this is a historic occasion when the CEDAW committee has the opportunity to present on a general recommendation to this meeting of presiding officers. And I thank UNECLAC and UN Women for ensuring our presence here. Madam Chair, staff of the Division of Gender of UNECLAC and other UN agencies, distinguished delegates and representatives of civil society. The CEDAW Convention was adopted in 1979. And of course, you know, that's the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. But the committee met for the first time in 1982. The committee is mandated by Article 21 of the Convention to develop general recommendations with the aim of providing authoritative guidance to state parties on legislative policy and other appropriate measures to ensure the implementation of their obligations under the Convention. Just a minute. Turn off the translation. Sorry. Since its inception, general recommendations have been developed and become more comprehensive over the years. If you look back, some of the first general recommendations were maybe about 2 paragraphs, but you may be aware of the most recent GR adopted by the committee, General Recommendation 40 on the equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making systems, which benefited greatly from support and collaboration with UN agencies such as the IPU and UN Women. I would recommend to you, representatives of state parties, your familiarization with these general recommendations as they provide useful guidance for your policy implementation. This general recommendation is especially important in light of the recent Tlatelolco commitment on the Care Society, because in the end, this is what we want to achieve. Care and care work are at the center of our work for gender equality and the valuation of women and girls' care work in all its forms. It also includes an imperative for men and boys' equal involvement in care work at all levels, paid and unpaid, and for an ethics of care to be part of our personal philosophies. In my comments on the position paper presented at the UNECLAC Regional Conference on Women in Mexico City in August 2025, I observed that despite the path-breaking work of feminist scholars of the 1970s and 1980s on the value of housework and the valuation of domestic labor, paid and unpaid, care and care policies continue to be undermined and undervalued. I am happy, therefore, that the position paper seeks to locate care and care work at the center of public policy. I also noted that throughout this discussion, there is an underlying assumption that care workers are female, and the majority are. The fact that caring is associated with women means that it takes on the negativity associated with femaleness and femininity, which makes it so difficult for many men to willingly accept responsibilities for care and for many women to value this important work that they do. So we'll address this further in the presentation. General recommendations have been used by CEDAW to update existing general recommendations, for example, through new fully updated GRs. For example, we are currently in the process of updating our general recommendation on women and girls with disabilities, or by adding addenda to existing general recommendations, as we have recently done on the general recommendation on women, peace, and security, or addressing emerging issues that were not addressed by the convention. For example, General Recommendation number 37 on the gender-related dimensions of disaster risk reduction in a changing climate. At its 81st session held in February 2022, the committee decided to develop a general recommendation on the impact of gender stereotypes on the enjoyment by women of their rights enshrined in the convention. The objective of this GR is to interpret states' parties' obligations under Article 5 of the convention to eliminate gender stereotypes which underlie gender-based violence and discrimination against women and girls. Now, gender stereotypes could be defined as broad generalizations about the characteristics, responsibilities, and behaviors that are believed to be natural or appropriate for women and men. They are pervasive and deeply rooted in cultural norms, ideologies, and belief systems. They influence in societal attitudes and behaviors towards women and girls, and also towards men and boys, but in a different way. They're rooted in ideas, belief systems, and patriarchal structures prevalent to varying degrees in all societies and continue to manifest themselves in most areas of life, despite significant changes in many parts of the world due to international and domestic legal reforms and increased awareness. Gender stereotypes, therefore, are not simply ideas floating across generations, operating on their own, but reflect systemic and structural ideologies deeply embedded in the notion of women and femaleness as inferior, lower in value, and unequal to men. Article 5 of our convention mandates that we address this when it states, states parties shall take all appropriate measures to modify the social and cultural patterns of conduct of men and women, with a view to achieving the elimination of prejudices and customary and all other practices which are based on the idea of the inferiority or the superiority of either of the sexes or on stereotyped roles of men and women. It also recognizes the common responsibility of men and women in the upbringing and development of their children. The convention was therefore very perceptive and addressed what has proved to be the most difficult transformation required for gender equality and social justice, changing the patriarchal systems, ideas, and beliefs that justify and reproduce gender stereotypes. It is important to note, however, that these ideologies, stereotypes, and behaviors which ascribe lower value to femaleness, women, and girls from birth serve as barriers to the full development of their potential. They establish and support discriminatory practices in law, custom, and all aspects of social and economic life, which become accepted as social and gender norms. These stereotypes and belief systems are very resilient and deeply embedded, but not fixed. And they do change from time to time because of social and structural factors, but they can be changed. For example, it is well established that the status of stereotypical masculine occupations shifts with the proportion of women involved, and vice versa. Research also shows that men in predominantly feminine occupations rise swiftly to the top, a phenomenon known as the glass escalator. And this is because men, by their presence are seen to bring status and value to these occupations, but they are also propelled into leadership, sometimes even against their will, because of the discomfort of others with them being in these positions. So rather than the stereotype determining women's inequality and structured inferior status moves with them and to any activity, paid or unpaid, in which they predominate. For example, teaching was once a well-respected male-dominated occupation. Now it isn't, and certainly not to the extent that it was. And the main reason is the feminization of that occupation. And that's why men often seek to resist women entering their fields, because they know that that leads to its devaluation and also relatedly reduced remuneration. We need, therefore, to address the underlying structures and systems that produce and reproduce these stereotypes. These unequal systems are maintained through varying forms of gender-based violence, social sanctions, and unequal social and economic systems, which affect access to financial and material resources, including wages and salaries, education, employment, and healthcare. We now move on to the concept of intersectionality. The concept of intersectionality captures the complex way in which multiple forms of discrimination and the related stereotypes, for example, racism, sexism, classism, heterosexism, ability, nationality, and others, combine, overlap, and intersect to shape the lives of individuals and groups. Not only are women discriminated as women, but other factors shape the specific lived experiences of individuals and groups of women. For example, Indigenous women, Afro-descendant women, women and girls with disabilities, or working class, LGBTI, and rural women and girls, migrant women, among many others. Many women and girls, therefore, also face stigmatizing stereotypes based on intersecting structures of inequality. We know that Roma women may be stereotyped for certain reasons. Indigenous women may be stereotyped for other reasons. And this has been a very important aspect of our work in CEDAW. And in developing this GR, we plan to address these intersectional stereotypes that shape the specific experiences of diverse groups of women. Now, we can't address gender stereotypes unless we deal with tradition. Because gender stereotypes and ideologies are often justified under the banners of tradition, culture, religion, or even nature. These are powerful mechanisms used to affirm and preserve and reproduce unequal power relations between women and men. We aim, therefore, to challenge the ideological power of the notion of tradition, which has been a powerful weapon in the arsenal of gender ideologies and stereotypes. Women in many ways are perceived as the symbols of tradition and keepers of the home and community. Tradition is perceived as always being there, especially traditions that discriminate against women, which weigh heavily on women and girls in many societies. In some societies, there were historically practices that empowered women, in some more than others, but these are not usually the traditions maintained. The reality is that many contemporary traditions are discriminatory to women, relatively recent or relatively introduced, what has been referred to as the invention of tradition, selectively maintained or adjusted by colonizers and missionaries. Women usually have the responsibility to maintain and pass on these traditions, sometimes embodied in their own bodies. That's not a very good expression, but you know what I mean. And appearance, even when they discriminate against themselves and their daughters. Now, Article 5 of the Convention calls on us to recognize the common responsibility of men and women in the upbringing and development of their children. This mandates us to address this thorny but ever-present issue. At our half-day of general discussion in January 2025, which launched this GR process, the representative of the organization Men Engage observed that transforming stereotypes about men is a crucial yet often overlooked strategy to end gender-based violence and discrimination and to advance equality. She argued that those who hold patriarchal power should also be a focus of this GR. This is where a politics of care and a care society comes into play, with a reevaluation of the status of care as an important activity for both women and men. I now want to move on to some of the administrative and organizational procedures for the preparation and development of this general recommendation. This process began with the preparation of a concept note, which is available for download on the CEDAW website. It was followed on the 17th of February 2025 with a half day of general discussion. And as mentioned earlier, this half day of general discussion was organized by the OHCHR and included a panel of expert speakers from the UN system, international organizations, academia, and civil society. To take the process further, in 2025, this year, expert meetings are also part of this two-year development process, and they facilitate discussions that elaborate on the concept and highlight the specific manifestations of gender stereotypes, attitudes, and related practices in various parts of the world. The committee encourages academia and civil society to convene these expert group meetings throughout 2025. Indeed, I think we had one this morning that my colleague attended. They provide the opportunity for committee members, national and regional human rights actors, civil society, and academics with expertise and experience to discuss specific approaches and to provide inputs into its development. Now, expert group meetings have so far taken place in Lima, Peru, and Buenos Aires, Argentina, and one is currently planned for Bern in Switzerland later this month. In 2026, the committee, with the support of UN colleagues, institutions, plans to hold 5 regional consultations in Europe and Central Asia, the Middle East and Northern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Each consultation is planned to last for 1 or 2 days, depending on the financial support. And I must also add that there was one sub-regional consultation held in the Pacific in April. These consultations aim to identify good practices and the remaining challenges in each region, as well as to identify other central issues. The first draft of this GR was completed by the consultant Rosa Celario, and I must acknowledge her professional competence. We're extremely lucky to have her working with us. Based on comments from the CEDAW Working Group for GR 41, it is currently being revised. The second draft will be reviewed by the working group in December and revised in January and uploaded to the website in February 2026 for public comment by NGOs civil society, academia, and others. And I really want to encourage you to follow this process. Look out for the uploading of the first draft, and submit your comments to the CEDAW Secretariat. The first reading by the committee will be in June, July 2025, which should have incorporated the comments that we receive. And the final reading and adoption will be in October 2026. Following the publication of the general recommendation, a guidance document and an online application for its implementation will be produced and disseminated to states, parties, national and regional human rights institutions, and actors, including civil society organizations. Then, ladies and gentlemen who represent states parties, the ball will be in your court, hopefully with the active mobilization by civil society. We will depend on you for sensitization, implementation, and further dissemination of this very important general recommendation. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la exposición de la vicepresidenta del Comité para la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer. Recordemos que después de estas dos intervenciones se abrirá el espacio para cualquier comentario de las delegaciones presentes. Vamos a continuar con la intervención de Patsili Toledo, experta del Comité de la Eliminación para la Eliminación de la Discriminación contra la Mujer, para sus comentarios. Antes de abrir la palabra.
For opening the floor to each, to all delegations. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. It is an honor to address this presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I acknowledge the presence of representatives of states, international agencies, civil society, whose participation is key to advancing substantive equality of rights of women in the region.
Complementing my colleague Rhoda Roddick's excellent introduction to the work of General Recommendations 41, I would like to focus my remarks on one of the areas where gender stereotypes have the most profound impact on women's lives, and also one of the areas where Latin America and the Caribbean states have worked most consistently in recent decades. I'm referring to gender-based violence against women. As indicated by Professor Riddoch, gender stereotypes are generalizations about the characteristics, responsibilities, and behaviors considered appropriate for men and women. In terms of violence, these stereotypes manifest themselves in at least two fundamental dimensions. Firstly, as a cause or justification for violence against women and girls. For example, when they do not conform to the subordinate role expected of them. But also, stereotypes operate as a cause of violence when men consider that exercising control of violence is necessary to assert their own masculinity. Secondly, stereotypes act as obstacles to adequate responses to violence. This occurs, for example, when women's complaints are not taken seriously, or when preconceived ideas persist about how a woman should behave before, during, or after physical or sexual assault. They also manifest themselves in stereotypical views of men who commit violence. These biases are particularly serious when they affect the functioning of the justice system and prevent an adequate and timely response. Therefore, there's close connection between this session and the special session to be held tomorrow within the framework of the consultation prior to the next session of the Commission on the Status of Women, whose priority theme is precisely women and girls' access to justice. As mentioned, the region has made steady progress in recent decades in strengthening responses to gender-based violence. The Belém do Pará Convention, together with CEDAW, provides a robust and binding regulatory framework for the eradication of violence and discrimination against women. national legal systems have evolved in line with the guidelines set out in these international instruments. We have moved from laws focused on domestic or interfamily violence to recognition of femicide or feminicide, and subsequently the development of comprehensive laws, understanding that violence against women occurs in both the private and public spheres, perpetrated by known and unknown persons in homes and on the streets, in schools, universities, workplaces, health services, and various institutions. Laws have also been adopted to address violence in public and political life, increasingly digital violence. These regulatory and institutional changes have been essential to improving protection and response by states. However, as the CEDAW committee emphasizes in its General Recommendation 35, due diligence is not limited to having laws and institutions in place. It requires that these function effectively in practice, which means ensuring that all those involved in their implementation and application should act without discrimination and free from gender stereotypes. When these stereotypes are not recognized or addressed, they end up permeating institutions and, particularly in the judicial sphere, depriving women of their right to truly impartial justice. The CEDAW committee has highlighted this problem in its own jurisprudence. In the case of Vertigo versus Philippines, it analyzed how stereotypes influence decisions on sexual violence, and in the case of González Carreño versus Spain, it showed how stereotypical views prioritized the father's relationship with his daughter, minimizing the risk of violence that ultimately culminated in the girl's murder. However, stereotypes can affect not only sentences, but all stages of access to justice and all those involved in it. Police, prosecutors, judicial personnel, legal professionals, as well as specialists in forensic medicine, psychology, and social work. Therefore, addressing stereotypes to ensure access to justice free from discrimination also requires the inclusion of health sciences, including mental health and social services, among others. It's also essential to address how gender stereotypes differentially impact indigenous women, women of African descent, LBT women, migrant and refugee women, women and girls with disability, women living with HIV/AIDS, criminalized women, and women in prison, among others. Indigenous women, for example, continue to be affected by stereotypes that label them as unmodern or submissive, while women of African descent often face stereotypes that portray them as hypersexualized or aggressive. And women with psychosocial disabilities or affected by post-traumatic stress may be treated as untrustworthy or unable to testify, all of which influences how their reports and experiences of violence are valued and the credibility given to their testimonies. Finally, it's important to remember that states' obligations are not limited to reviewing stereotypes that weigh heavily on women and girls. CEDAW also requires transforming stereotypes about men and boys, a task that is particularly relevant in our region and essential for eradicating gender-based violence and discrimination and advancing towards equality. Lastly, I sincerely thank ECLAC for organizing this briefing session, as well as for the valuable contributions the delegations will make today and during the process of adopting the future General Recommendation 41. Thanks to your valuable contributions, this future General Recommendation will be strengthened by the experiences, lessons learned, and good practices of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, thus contributing to a more robust instrument that is more sensitive to the diversity of contexts and, above all, fully applicable at the global level for the benefit of women and girls in all regions of the world. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos las
We thank Betsy Lee and Rhoda for their interventions, and now we will open up for delegates for statements in person or online.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra México.
Thank you. Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Chairman, and also I'd like to thank both speakers for their presentations. And for Mexico, it is an honor to be part of this informative session on General Recommendation 41 or CEDAW. And as you know, Mexico awards great importance to this relationship with the committee. We have just sustained our report last June, headed by our Secretary for Women. And we see the committee as a necessary actor for changes in public policy instrumented in Mexico and legislation that we call to be at the forefront with regard to precisely ensuring the rights of women, girls, and adolescents. Mexico recognizes and knows that stereotypes continue to be one of the main drivers of structural inequality that still persists in our societies. Stereotypes condition life trajectories, restrict the enjoyment of rights, and as has been said here, especially with regard to access to justice and access to health, among others, and reproduce narratives that have no place in the world of today and that we should always aspire to equality. Construction and drafting of this for the committee is a very valuable opportunity in order to move towards this deep change and the social cultural change which is so relevant and where, unfortunately, we still have a lot to do. Driving key guidelines so that states may address these stereotypes with public policy, education, communication media, social media, and community life. This is essential to speed up transformations, cultural ones that cannot continue to wait. Mexico would like to underscore a central point for the region, that is the need to actively involve men and boys in this change process. As has been said this morning, the Tlatelolco commitment adopted by member states, this commission recognizes the male responsibility as indispensable in order to eradicate these stereotypes and move towards a real reality. And this, of course, goes hand in hand in a more egalitarian proportion in terms of the care, which is a key aspect of this commitment. We reiterate our readiness to continue collaborating with the committee of CEDAW on reflecting and strengthening this project, and we're hoping eagerly the consultation to be carried out in Latin America, and our participation will, as all usual, be very active. Thank you.
Gracias. Vamos a la
Thank you. And now we will move to the online room. Costa Rica is recognized.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I thank you for the opportunity to intervene in this session. Gender stereotype from a structural, intersectional, and intercultural viewpoint. Special greetings to visit the chair, Expert Toledo, whose reflections enrich the process. In Costa Rica, we celebrate the project, the General Recommendation 41 to CEDAW, because gender stereotypes continue to be one of the main obstacles to full enjoyment of the rights of women and the transformation of our societies. At Tlatelolco, we reaffirm that this is a strategic pillar with an impact on economy and life in general. And that is why we have been taking concrete steps to recognize the work of care. We further the technical specialization of care to train caregivers. And this is something that we are working on to deconstruct mentalities Likewise, we want to identify the work and open up opportunities for formal employment and care. This is essential to dynamize the economy and recognize this invisible contribution made by thousands of women who well deserve to be recognized. The country has moved ahead thanks to them. However, we cannot lose sight that there are barriers in terms of access. And that is why it is urgent to carry out and flexibilize the criteria so that these experiences and knowings of women be recognized and appreciated beyond formal recognition. We know that with gender stereotypes are not just individual, but structural and intercultural. In Costa Rica, we're strengthening the training of institutional staff on intersectionality, interculturality, supported by UN offices. They seek to implement public policy and make sure that all women within their diversity may access to these spaces, including improvements in institutional services and caring for indigenous women, rural women, and women with disability, just to mention some. We cannot but mention, as the Vice Chair said, that there are many women that still have issues in terms of access, but I would like to focus on the context of these women, especially these women. Some living in rural areas, historically invisible in terms of decision making, they've been made invisible despite being the first to respond and build their communities in case of emergencies. Their leadership must be recognized. Along the lines of Recommendation 41, Costa Rica has moved ahead in developing this area and measuring unpaid household work, access to productive resources, financial inclusion. More women are accessing to financing and training for their ventures and implement strategies to close gaps in the financial system. Also, mainstreaming the gender approach to climate action with regional plans and training and for climate change, and also educational content and institutional campaigns to eradicate stereotypes and promoting a culture of equality. We know that this invites autonomy, participation, and access to the rights of women, and that is why Recommendation 41 is a key tool to guide actions in what they do. This cultural revolution, Costa Rica would like to reiterate its commitment to the process and the construction of public policy that listens, recognizes, and acts together with women in their full diversity. This recommendation should help us to transform conviction into results and hope in rights. You can count on Costa Rica to disseminate and to enhance the scope of this recommendation so that the transformative spirit may reach each corner of the territory, each institution and community, and may translate into real changes that will benefit women. Thank you.
Gracias a Costa
Thank you, Costa Rica. And now we recognize the Vice Minister for Women of Colombia.
Tamara, no te escuchamos aquí.
Tamara, we don't listen to you in the room. Your mic is off.
igual hasta tomar
Well, before regaining contact with the deputy minister, once we close the presentations, we give the floor to the agencies of the United Nations and representatives from the civil society for comments on the specific point under discussion. I think we have connectivity problems. And then we give the floor to, if there are any requests for the floor.
Bueno, si no pasaríamos al
Or we just pass through the next point, the initiative of the regional pact bi-regional pact for care between Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union.
No sé si antes de
I don't know if before passing to the following point, of the agenda of today. Now we were able to gain half an hour of our delay before passing to the coming point. Hello? Good afternoon. I was intervening and it was a technical point. Did you go to the next point? Okay, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Do you listen me okay? Yes, we do listen to you. Right. Very well. Well, I was greeting all of you on behalf of President Gustavo Petro. Colombia appreciates and thanks the presentation on the new recommendation number 41 of CEDAW. This recommendation comes at a crucial point in our region in which the traditional and emerging forms of discrimination continue to affect the life and the opportunity for millions of women and girls, even at a time when some countries, not only Latin America or worldwide, they are anti-rights of women policies are being deepened. In Colombia, the agenda is essential and must be supported very strongly by the state. Gender stereotype from machista or masculine culture together with colonialism and races is one of the deepest roots of inequality, configuring unfair power relationship and restricting the full exercise of right of women, particularly of poor and urban women, Afro-descendant women, and indigenous women, rural, lesbian, and transsexual women. Macho culture affects the access of justice and the political participation of women, access of health, and limits their women's rights, sexual health care. In our country, we are reinforcing policies and programs oriented to promoting cultural transformation through the implementation of mass campaign linking education, health, labor, and equality. Adding to this, the intersectorial work so that community space promote message of co-responsibility and respect. Also important is to highlight the support of UN Women that Colombia has documented that allow us to measure institutional tolerance in the face of violence against women. And these results have allowed to define very clearly the cultural change program that should be implemented to eradicate machismo. And the bed of Gustavo Petro has been to promote new reference for gender equality, recognizing the essential role of women in different domains of the society, and defining the promotion of non-violent masculinities. That should be a focus of policy. We are reinforcing the training in human talent from the state through the group of women governance and deploying gender mainstreaming at all institutions, but there are still challenges. And today we have new forms of stereotypes and violence that are massified through technologies that reproduce pre-existing biases, dynamics that generate additional risk for women journalists, leaders, and for women who are participating in policy. We are the target of hate campaigns and digital violence. GR41 offered us an historic opportunity to reinforce public policy and demand greater responsibility for public and private sectors that would influence the full approach will allow state to deal with greater clarity the technological dimension of stereotypes. And Colombia reaffirmed its commitment with its active participation and generate leadership space in the process of implementation of this recommendation that would reinforce our national capacity to stop violence, promote intercultural spaces, and guarantee that all girls, women will live in spaces free of sexism. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you to the contribution of the Deputy Ministry of Women of Colombia, and we give the floor to Viviana from UN Women. Thank you, Madam President. My warm greetings to Rhoda Reader, Vice President of the Committee in representation of the GRULAC. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you to Patsy Toledo, expert of the CEDAW, and the development of this general recommendation is without any doubt a decisive step to reinforce international standards and to provide guidelines to the state in order to eliminate a phenomenon that continue impacted on the life of millions of women and girls all over the world. Gender stereotypes are deeply rooted structures that condition opportunity, restrict autonomy, and perpetuate inequality. These stereotypes influence from the distribution of care work up to other issues such as access to justice, political participation, economic life, health, education, and safety and security of women at all fields. And also in our region, it is linked to other forms of discrimination. And for Latin America and the Caribbean, it is key because it reinforces historical gaps and has a disproportionate effect on indigenous, rural, Afro-descendant, disabled women, LGBT women, migrant women, young women, and women in their all diversity. And this is something that seems us very significant, and we need to pay utmost attention. GR41 is key for the security of women. Gender stereotype not only limit the opportunities and right of women and girls, but also deepen the risk they feel violence and limit and constrain the participation of women in prevention, conflict resolution, mediation, reconstruction, and humanitarian action. In conflictive context, the stereotypes condition who will be listened to, who is protected, and who can access to decision-making spaces. So moving forward in the complete elimination, it's crucial to ensure full equal participation of women in all stages of the construction and sustainability of peace. In UN Women, we are working with women from the security sector through in comprehensive diagnosis, participatory processes. We work with the sectors in the identification of structural inequality, barriers and opportunities to reinforce the participation in women inside institutions and to improve their ability to respond facing of gender-based violence. gender stereotypes are one of the structural case of violence against women and girls. They feed their normalization, they perpetuate power relationship and limit the autonomy, participation, and access of resources and participation in the decision making of women. So fight the struggle against stereotype is indispensable condition to eradicate a gender-based violence and move towards more egalitarian society. So we celebrate the opening of this process and the invitation of the CEDAW committee to all stakeholders to contribute from their different perspectives, and we are firmly committed. You can count on us in the support of this GR 41. Thank you very much. Thank you. And first, we are going to listen to the intervention from the representation of civil society.
Kentikatsi, le saludo en...
I greet you in names of the indigenous women from the Americas, of which I am part of, as my colleagues that are here, and also we are part of the civil society group. And we join the voices, your voices, that very clearly have commented how stereotypes are normalizing the work load, the inequalities and violences, because we continue to experience every single day that there is a feminicide against an indigenous women. There's no investigation there. They are not attributed the same relevance than to other women. So it seems to us that it is urgent to discuss this. And as been commented, we have all the willingness to continue to add and articulate, We think that this consultation are extremely necessary because we not only have the experience of experiencing and living through these racism and inequalities, but also we have the experience on how we can deal with them and how we can work in order to eradicate these stereotypes. So I just wanted to add and join. It seems to us it's very important to do this, and we are here, the indigenous women and from the diversity women, and we are here with all the willingness and the commitment to continue to articulate in order to perform the changes that will transform our world.
Hola, hola, sí, perdón. Muy buenas tardes a todas las autoridades acá presentes, a todas las delegadas, a toda la sociedad civil y obviamente a las personas que nos están escuchando a través de vía internet. Quienes habla, Jan Medrano, de Bolivia, soy lesbiana, indígena, mumima, obviamente parte de Woman Power 2030, obviamente, y también de articulaciones feministas de Bolivia. Y bueno, quería tomar la palabra un poco por la preocupación de que, por un lado, no tenemos delegados de Bolivia. Es una preocupación terrible que traemos. Ahora prácticamente somos poquísimas las compañeras que hemos venido, pero obviamente trayendo la voz ahora mismo de compañeras lesbianas, de compañeras bisexuales, de mujeres trans. De la preocupación que estamos viviendo simplemente en nuestro país y el atropello que se está viviendo al Estado laico, al tema de la discriminación, la LGBTfobia que existe dentro del país y obviamente el fundamentalismo y la revertida antiderechos que estamos viviendo. Un gran retroceso se nos viene dentro de nuestras leyes que están viniendo y obviamente las organizaciones de diversidades y feministas estamos en alerta y obviamente predispuestas a seguir trabajando de la mano con ustedes y obviamente traer la voz de muchas compañeras No puede ser que hasta ahora sigamos viviendo un acoso, que el tema de las leyes para la población LGBTI sigan siendo nulas y mínimas dentro de nuestro país. Tenemos una ley de identidad para nuestras compañeras trans cercenada, que simplemente se han quitado 4 derechos. No tenemos acceso a poder adoptar, no tenemos derecho a formar una familia, ¿no? Entonces realmente nos siguen viendo como personas de segunda clase. Entonces, una preocupación terrible, porque no solamente se vive en Bolivia, se vive casi en toda Latinoamérica el tema del pisoteo a nuestros derechos, simplemente por nuestra identidad o por nuestra orientación sexual. Entonces, quería levantar la voz por aquellas compañeras que hoy día no han podido venir y muchas han perdido la vida. Un caso es el de una compañera que hemos llegado a sentencia de una compañera trans, solo uno en Bolivia. Después, tantas compañeras, el acoso que vivo cada día como lesbiana en la calle, pues el acoso, la discriminación y el no poder encontrar trabajo. La impotencia, las lágrimas no son de victimización, es de rabia de que los gobiernos y de que nuestro gobierno no dé prioridad a nuestra población, que nos sigan viendo como personas que no aportamos a nuestro país. Y es la indignación que traigo hoy día de muchas de nuestras compañeras y mujeres que se han quedado allá y que no han tenido de una u otra manera el privilegio de estar aquí levantando la voz. Así que predispuesta de la organización civil, de nuestras organizaciones, para trabajar y realmente entablar relaciones y poder tener políticas públicas para poder seguir viviendo dignamente, sobre todo libres, sin miedo y poder tener una vida con calidad y calidez. Gracias.
Gracias, compañera Norma. Gracias, Jan. Mucha fortaleza siempre y, por supuesto, nuestro acompañamiento a la lucha de las mujeres, de las diversidades sexuales, que sabemos que es muy complejo en una sociedad tan patriarcal, capitalista como la nuestra. Así que fortaleza y a través tuyo nuestro abrazo y nuestro acompañamiento a todas las colectivas que luchan por las diversidades sexuales. Un abrazo, querida Jan. Tiene la palabra compañera Mariana Iacono.
Ahí está. Gracias. Hola, otra vez. Bueno, hoy es 1 de diciembre, Día Internacional del SIDA, como se mencionó hoy temprano. En Latinoamérica viven más de 750.000 mujeres viviendo con VIH. No está la cura aún y todavía sufrimos estigma, discriminación y diferentes violencias. Violencia obstétrica, violencia en la pareja por causas del diagnóstico. Sigue habiendo esterilizaciones forzadas y yo cada vez que lo menciono a veces siento que hablo de los 90, ¿no? Hay cosas que hablo y las digo y en primera persona por ser una mujer con VIH hace más de 20 años y suenan a los años 90, 2000 y no, 2025 continúan pasando en América Latina. Hay varios casos que están acompañando a la Fundación Chávez en Honduras y uno que está llevando a la corte sobre esterilización forzada a una joven de 21 años. Hay casos de esterilización forzada en Guatemala. Tenemos casos de criminalización por lactancia y VIH en Chile, Argentina y uno que no llegó al juzgado, pero casi ahí en la puerta en Colombia. Hoy, 2025, digo, la cura del VIH no está y parece que estamos hablando del fin del SIDA solo porque apareció una medicación nueva que va a ser inyectable, pero no está el fin del SIDA. Y con el avance de los gobiernos que son antiderechos, es probable que la epidemia avance y vuelva al 2000. Entonces, nada, desde la comunidad internacional de mujeres con VIH y las mujeres en todas sus diversidades que tenemos VIH y las que van a llegar, porque va a continuar la infección, ¿no? Por las violencias y todas las faltas de políticas públicas o medicación que haya en los diferentes estados de la región, del Caribe y América Latina, hacemos un llamado, ¿no? Para entender que no está la cura, que el VIH sigue tan actual como los 80, los 90 y el 2000, A veces parece también que ya la gente no fallece más de VIH, que no hay más muertes por SIDA, y todos los informes de ONU-SIDA y OMS nos dicen otra cosa. Y la gente que fallece siempre es las personas en situación de pobreza, algunas personas que no tienen adherencia y que están vinculadas también con las cuestiones que lo empezamos a ver con la conferencia pasada de las mujeres, de las políticas de cuidado. ¿Por qué no llegan las mujeres con VIH a tener buena adherencia? Porque estamos criando, porque estamos cuidando a adultos mayores, porque estamos con 1000 tareas que no llegamos al hospital. Entonces, eso no lo hablan los médicos solo quieren saber que estemos adherentes y que tengamos el acceso a la pastilla. No hay vinculación de las políticas de género con los ministerios de salud. Entonces necesitamos también que todos los ministerios y secretarías que trabajan género, mujeres y diversidades, trabajen un poquito más con los de salud para entender qué pasa con todas, tanto VIH como cáncer cervicuterino y todas las patologías que tienen alguna tasa de mortalidad que implique la atención, la vinculación con las políticas de cuidado y con las violencias. Así que vuelvo a decir, pido un minuto de silencio por todas las mujeres que fallecieron este año y tenían por causas vinculadas con el SIDA. Esperamos que se encuentre la cura. Seguimos en pie de lucha como desde que apareció el virus, las mujeres y todas las personas de las diversidades. Y nada, esperamos también una respuesta desde las Naciones Unidas para que no desaparezca el programa conjunto de ONU y que las agencias continúen trabajando con nosotras y nuestros ministerios de salud, géneros, diversidades también. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, compañera Mariana. Y en efecto vamos a dar un minuto de silencio.
A minute of silence for all the victims.
Muchas gracias. Y en efecto,
Thank you very much. And yes, colleagues, silence is for grievance and pain, but rage should mobilize us, and we need to be present in all spaces to make things visible, directly made visible by those who are acting in the territories. With this minute of silence, I would like to thank with a round of applause all the social activists and defenders of human rights.
no sé si para cerrar ya es
To conclude with this part, I don't know if Patsy Lee or Rhoda, you have a final comment, and then we close this part of the meeting. Very short comments. Yes, you have the floor. I would just like to thank once again on behalf of the working group that is preparing this general recommendation and all the committee for the opportunity, this new opportunity of having this exchange in the regional conference in the meeting of the presiding officers. This is an occasion to celebrate precisely because during these difficult moments and crises in so many fronts, creating bridges and establishing synergies between the mechanisms of the United Nations and the regional mechanisms is fundamental. And I would like to congratulate and thank for the interventions because intersectionality is one of the of this general recommendation, because we know that women in all their diversity, even though we might say that there are some stereotypes that affect in a cross-cutting way, there are some variations that are very specific and affect some specific groups of women in very particular ways. And also would like to say that the committee is working here with the 2030 agenda. An addendum has been added to recommendation 30 on women post-conflict. This addendum is available on the website of the committee, and we are receiving comments. And also the committee is preparing an addendum that updates its general recommendation on women and health, which is a general recommendation from 99. This regarding the interventions that spoke about things where health stereotypes are so important. So I would like to thank you again and remind you that this is a process that began very recently, and we hope to receive later on the comments when the draft of the general recommendation is ready, comments from the party states, from the civil society, from the academia. Everything will help us come to a recommendation that truly aims towards implementable policies and that can be implemented efficiently in all our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Patsili Toledo. Yes, Vice President.
To say how useful and important it is that we have this space for this briefing on CEDAW in this meeting. So I'd really like to congratulate the organizers for thinking of this and for inviting us. I think this is one of the few, if not probably the first time, that there's been a briefing to a meeting of state parties like this. The second thing I wanted to say is that we're in a really very difficult time globally, and we are seeing a loss of many of the gains that we have made. We are seeing a removal of protections, as we have heard, and also the digital revolution provides new and amazing ways to deepen and continue this kind of pushback or regression. And we are all in a situation confronting this. I think, therefore, that in considering these gender stereotypes at this time, we will have to consider this context as well as the digital context as we review and as we consider and as we draft this important general recommendation. I'd like to thank the civil society contributions, because those are very important to us. And we hope that you will continue to follow this process and to engage in a deeper and more structured way in the consultations or sending written submissions to contribute to the process and to monitor how things are going. And that's all. Thank you very much. And it's great being here. Thank you very much.
So we thank now the words of Patsili Toledo and Rhoda Vidrock. And with this, we close this block and we prepare for the next block, that is Initiative of the Bi-Regional Pact for Care between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. We have here in the room all the speakers, and to open this session precisely, I would like to remind you that at the beginning of November, Santa Marta, Colombia, the CELAC-EU Summit was held, chaired by Gustavo Petro, President of Colombia in Colombia. So we now welcome Tamara Ospina, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Equality and Equity of Women, who is virtually connected online and ready to speak. Thank you. And once again, a special greetings from President Gustavo Petro Rego. It's a pleasure for me to participate in meeting number 67 of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, organized by UN Women and ECLAC. I recognize and thank especially UN Women Colombia, for the support to the Ministry of Women in these 2 years and driving policies for gender equity in our country. In Colombia, we celebrate the incorporation of this plural term, women, not woman. And this path we can be built from a deep intersectional approach. For our government, this regional conference is a priority space to continue the development of a roadmap for gender equality in the region. I want to especially greet the board of different agencies, ministers, high authorities, and colleagues of the panel. The Tlatelolco commitment resulting from Regional Conference number 16 of Women in Mexico this year offers a framework of visionary view and action of care, understanding this as a public good and sustenance for human life in the center. The evidence that from Latin America and the Caribbean is called as a region to lead the search of a social organization for just care. In Colombia, we are working towards this model. Figures show the clear historical trend that it's us, women, that have assumed disproportionately the unpaid care work in households and has limited access to opportunities, income, and well-being in general. To change this situation in 2023, we created the Ministry of Equality and Equity and the Division of Care, aside from the national system of care proposed by the organization guaranteeing the enjoyment of rights of the caregivers and those who receive care. Seeks to recognize the collective forms of care as well as the practices of ethnic peoples and rural communities. The care systems is the result of different social movements, community mothers, caregivers of people with disability, and in order to make the system operational, we formulated the National Policy of Care 4143, approved in this year with 133 annotations and a budget of 25.6 billion pesos, $7 million. This is a landmark in our history. It tries to move to a model of social collective community co-responsibility, valuing care as a human right and a public good. From Colombia, we contribute to the achievement of the consultative opinion OC 3125 of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights on the right to care and interaction with human rights. The Colombian state played a key role in the public hearing held in March 24 in Costa Rica. As to the Bi-Regional Pact of Care, this also was included in the Tlatelolco commitment, where the ECLAC is encouraged to promote this with UN Women and European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean. From the government of Colombia, we have recognized the value of this pact to bring together efforts of Latin America, the Caribbean, EU to exchange best practices in comprehensive care systems in areas like operation, measurement, financing, regulatory frameworks, among others. That's why we've supported this initiative in relevant multilateral forums as the CCW in its 68 and 69 sessions, the 4th International Conference of Seville, and the past Regional Conference on Women in Mexico. More recently, and with the spirit of moving forward in the development of this instrument, at the 4th Summit of CELAC EU held in Santa Marta, Colombia, a few days back, as pro tempore chair of the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, Colombia and its ambassador led the joint declaration on the Bi-Regional Pact for Care, EU, Latin America, and the Caribbean. 16 countries from CELAC subscribed and the 27 member states of EU. We celebrate this great progress, identifying certain challenges to continue working in the near future in order to implement our pact. First, to continue advancing in the declaration for the subscription of other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Make the declaration operational in order to implement the pact, that this commitment become a concrete plan of action for cooperation and generation of regional and global care chains. Our country is contributing to this exercise in its role as pro-tempore chair of CELAC, jointly with counterparties like EU Latin American Foundation. To advance in establishing financing sources, regional funds with contributions from both blocs is another challenge that we identified and point out today. And finally, continue promoting the participation of civil society and academia in the starting up of the pact. I would like to emphasize that the government of President Petro, we reaffirm our interest of working together, Latin America and the Caribbean, with the EU in strengthening inclusive and sustainable care systems, in a cultural exchange, enabling the redistribution of the care work, and in full guarantee of the rights of women for more just and prosperous societies. Thank you.
Tamara Ospina, nuevamente.
Thank you, Tamara Ospina. Once again, we congratulate and celebrate the Seminar of Santa Marta for the strengthening of the CELAC-EU relationship. Now we give the floor to Claudia Hintersdorfer. Hopefully I pronounced that, Ambassador of the European Union here in Chile. You have the floor. Thank you. Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to first greet the members of the presiding officers of this regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Secondly, my co-panelist, Vice Minister of Colombia, who has just addressed us, and also the following speakers. Special greetings to Lady Pajín, Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Euro-Latin American Parliamentary Commission. I know her from UELAC Foundation, and Ana Barrera, who continues in the foundation working on these topics. And also Lucy Garrido, Coordinator of Communications and Campaigns of Feminist Articulation in the South. Only a few weeks after the summit between the European Union and CELAC that was mentioned by Vice Minister, that was held in Santa Marta, Colombia, where the Bi-Regional Pact for Care was approved by Latin America, Caribbean, and EU. It is an honor for me to be able to be here sharing with you as Ambassador of the European Union in Chile and giving shape to the practice of this pact. I would like to start by thanking and acknowledging the leadership and joint work of ECLAC, of the Fundación UELAC, for the adoption of this very important initiative that will bring together all the efforts of the European Union and 16 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to accelerate our transition to what is known as society of care. This bi-regional initiative also responds to a call way back of organizations of civil society of both regions, particularly from the third summit in CELAC in Brussels in 2023 that I organized in my previous position in Brussels. And so that makes me especially proud in that in Santa Marta, we were able to achieve this very important political agreement as one of a the concrete results of our summit, because it's true that our societies face today a crisis of care affecting every day millions of people, both in the European Union and in Latin America and Caribbean. Demographic factors make demand for care grow every single day. However, this care is provided in an unpaid manner, most of them, and fall upon disproportionately on women, thus increasing gender gaps in our societies. Statistically, women devote 5 hours a day to care, either of children, adolescents, our elderly persons, or persons with disabilities. However, men only dedicate 2 hours per day, and the aging of our society will make this demand for care to increase progressively in the following years. So not to react before this situation, that's not an option. The pact seeks to build a shared view as to the value of care work, gender equality, social protection, and inclusive societies. Labor conditions frequently hamper the ability of persons to take care of their relatives and have a negative effect in the participation of women in the labor market. With the commitment that was reached in Santa Marta Summit, first, the proposal of Society of Care is recognized as a new paradigm for the sustainable development, equality, and peace. Secondly, commitments are adopted to promote measures to overcome sexual division of labor and transit towards a just social organization of care. And thirdly, the human right to care is recognized based on the principles of equality, universality, and social and gender co-responsibility. In the European Union, on our side, we approved our first strategy, European strategy of care, as part of the European Pillar of Social Rights. The objective is to guarantee quality care services that are accessible throughout the whole of the European Union and improve the situation of care receivers as well as caregivers, professionally or informally. And we combined our cooperation policies with instruments like the Action Plan of Gender Equality, GAP3, or programs to support these policies like the new initiative of the European Team on Inclusive and Equitable Societies in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this program of inclusive societies contributes with funds to these objectives, and with strategic objectives like Lower Gateway, the 360 degrees approach, a very complex term, but Global Gateway is our strategy of investment. There is one for the whole region, but in addition to investments promoting the green transition, digital transition, and in a just manner, we have another approach that's 360 degrees, including all these social subjects like Society of Care. And this and the investments that we promote should go beyond putting the persons in the center for these projects, ensuring the inclusion of a social dimension that will accompany all European investments. Today, we are at the beginning of a road that will contribute to more just societies, more egalitarian, and definitely more sustainable. The Bi-Regional Pact for Care grants a special role to ECLAC and to UELAC Foundation, promoting implementation. And therefore, you can, as to the delegation of the EU in Chile, you can count on us to ensure the success and development of this very important political initiative that allows or to put an end and this is the call of the Vice Minister of Colombia, that is to call other countries of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean to join and subscribe this pact. Thank you very much.
Well, we thank the ambassador and now move on to Ana Barrera from the EU Latin American and the Caribbean Foundation. Please go ahead. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend the cordial greetings by the entire team of the EU LAC Foundation and everyone who is listening to us and attending the session. I thank the organizers for the invitation and also especially greet those persons who are with us as speakers during this session: Tamara Ospina, Claudia Hintersdorfer, Ler Pagin, and Lucy Garrido. We have, with great gratitude and satisfaction, received the news around the adoption of the Regional Pact on Care, because initially it was recognized a very long trajectory that has been woven jointly with several governments and ministries and from the region with ECLAC, UN Women, and other organizations of the UN system, with different institutions at regional level, as well as the civil society, the academic world, investment banking, development banking, and also cooperation agencies for development and who have accompanied us, unions, as well as those who have in 2022 picked up on the idea that it would be well worthwhile to join efforts with regard to a subject that moves us not only globally, but specifically in the two regions, promoted by mechanisms and instruments already mentioned by the previous speakers, such as, for example, on the European side, the European Strategy for Care, the Buenos Aires Commitment, and several dialogues and training, consultations, and initiatives that were directed, and the variety of actors mentioned. But neither are we let down by the fact that in the context of the EU LAC Summit in Brussels 2023, this proposal that was already on the table was not adopted on that occasion. And so we continue to work, same as the Eurolat Assembly and many others, in order to make this approach, this shared approach, a reality. As Azel said, the pact is a mechanism for voluntary action. That is, it is a mechanism that is not compulsory, but that invites all countries in the two regions to join in and contribute with their knowledge, expertise to this new platform for dialogue. And we're very grateful of seeing the EU reaching consensus among all 27 members of the EU, and that everyone adhered to this. And also, we're truly grateful to the 16 countries of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean that are also among the pioneers that adhered. And I would like to mention these countries. Colombia, of course, as pro tempore chair, and that offered the compact for the region within the context of the Summit of Santa Marta. And then also we're very grateful to Barbados, Belize, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Grenada, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Paraguay, the Dominican Republic, Trinidad and Tobago, and Uruguay taking on the pro tempore chair next year. And because all of these has joined in the backing. This is going to be a permanent forum for dialogue and cooperation on the legal, economic, political, social, and cultural domains of the care system. And you foresee regular exchanges about an endless number of topics, all under the umbrella of institutional architecture of the care systems in the two regions. Another intention is to carry out studies and comparative analysis. And the pact intends to stimulate the formulation of recommendations and proposals for public policy and schemes for bi-regional cooperation. Unfortunately, we've lost the speaker. Now she's continuing establishing this new mechanism for cooperation. We are waiting for countries who adhered to the pact may assign their focal points, and we believe the ministries gathered here at this session will truly be the ministries that have a competence on the matter, and we would expect that for you to consider who could represent your country before this new mechanism, your government, in order to develop it. Of course, we would also have to converge regarding the regularity of the meetings and the level of representation that we're aspiring to, more technical or more political. And also, we would like to identify jointly with you the various modalities of work of this new mechanism, what sort of initiatives and activities we would like to promote, and also clarify very soon how could we better involve the civil society, academia, unions, international and regional agencies specialized in the area of the topic, development banking, and other players that we would like them to continue contributing to the implementation of the pact. So also for us, what has already been mentioned is very important, that is financing, because a pact will greatly depend on how we can put it into practice, and this will require financial funds. So at the foundation, we truly feel honored to have been invited to support the coordination of this mechanism, and this is a commitment that we will take on very responsibly. And I would like to end with a very personal comment. We understand that the content as well as the adhesion, the pact has not reached the expectations of so many actors. We ourselves, in the first half of this year, we coincided with the Global Alliance for Care, a digital consultation regarding the possible content that could be considered under the pact. And we know that it was very short in comparison to all the very interesting proposals that were put up from various viewpoints by the two regions. Nevertheless, we believe it is a start and we must make the most of the opportunity because, well, recognizing the context of today, it could well be that at a coming summit, maybe there would be no window open for this pact. So we do believe it is an achievement, and so we're grateful for what was done by the European Foreign Service as well as the government of Colombia to have announced this pact. We believe that you make your road as you go ahead, and so we're hoping that with everyone's effort, we may too convince all the countries from the region that are still missing to join up and begin with the first initiatives, because this is truly a tool that is very useful to our societies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, Ana Barrera, representative of the EU LAC Foundation. And now we will hand over to Lady Pahin, who is the Vice President of the Euro Latin American Parliamentary Assembly. Go ahead, lady. Greetings from the South. Dear Anna, my friend, everything has been summed up, dear Viviana, ministers and colleagues from the civil society and women's associations. It is a great pleasure to speak to you today. Unfortunately, not in person as I would have liked, but I'm still in Brussels. Just a few days ago, we finished the Eurolac Assembly, and so we will, as I will explain, adopted a report on care. But first, allow me to speak of the collective success and underscoring what we were able to achieve in Santa Marta, because those of us who are here have come from far away, a strategic alliance, a unit of action that goes back many years and many shared goals. In the different meetings, the different regional conferences, very regional encounters, and so a collective effort, truly. And it is true. We're not content, but we must speak of what we have achieved. We have been recognized as an essential public good, as a priority that is shared between Latin America and the EU. That in itself is a great achievement. It's taken many years of reivindication and shared work between many here and others who are no longer in this time and space. We must also recognize the ideas of many governments that have furthered this pact, government of Mexico, Chile, Colombia, but also other countries, the EU as well as Spain, who were key, and so many others that have joined in and are here today. And that I don't have time to mention everyone. Of course, the EU, I would like to recognize my friend Claudia for her conviction that goes beyond borders, and that she understands that this is the best way to truly seek outcomes. I'm sure that this will will lead to other political and legal commitments that will be forged with the UJM agreements and others. But now, let's move on to our ambitions and the satisfactions of what we still have to do. I would like to focus, as my friend Barrera said, on the implementation of this. Because this is an opportunity, yes, but it's also a need. It is an urgent need. The Pact for Care is not yet another diplomatic text, but rather a commitment that will have a direct and visible impact on the region, both Latin America as well as Europe, and will also allow us to move towards a fairer, more egalitarian and sustainable society. But first of all, we need to identify which would be the instruments that will allow us to finance and sustain this pact in the present and future. In fact, as I have said, tomorrow in the bi-regional EULAC Assembly, we will have an opportunity to adopt, and that urges that implementation, looking for priority measures, very concrete ones, in order to implement this pact. Because we must give priority to care at international level and also national and local level. All three. We must ensure that care is accessible, a good quality, and for that, we need public policy and financing that is stable and sustainable. And so for us, this is very important, that we be able to ensure financing, which of course depends on the political will by the various institutions, but we are going to demand this. I'm going to follow up on it very closely. New cooperation instruments, the EU has put them on the table to ensure not only investment, but also financing that is flexible and that will allow us to finance public systems with the engagement of women's organization and civil society in general. And also, what we need is to have strategic pillars that will allow us a very pluriannual financing.
As everything that we have done so far, that it will not be an easy road ahead, but it's absolutely possible. Years ago, we didn't even had resolutions such as GR 41, SEDAC, the pact, or the commitment. Today we have it, and we have a mandate. And tomorrow in our report, not only we are going to propose action, but we are also going to define specific roadmap to transform this institutional pact into policies funded with financial and sustainable. It's a great opportunity. And once again, we can build the society of care that we are dreaming of and we are being listening to for many, many years. And we will continue to mobilize political will, the bi-regional cooperation that should be stable and sufficient, and also local participation, international agency, and also if you can count, you could count with me. You will continue to count with me from the European Parliament and the ULAG Assembly. You will have your partner to decide to continue not only pushing but also implementing political and specific and concrete projects. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice President of the Euro-Latin America Parliamentary, and we're going to give the floor to Lucy Garrido, Communications and Campaign Coordinator of Articulación Feminista. Lucy, greetings to all my companions of the table and all of you. I would like to be with you. As the feminist articulation, Marcos Sura, I to take the floor from the civil society. We join, we work in a working group with European organization in everything related to the UE CELAC summit. We agree with in many aspects with my previous speakers. It is obvious that we received very large support. If they tell me it was signed by the 27 states of the European Union, 16 countries from CELAC, we are not speaking about consensus, but it's a great, great majority. It seems to me excellent, but also beyond the number, the moment we are going through and the context we are living is there where the value of this enormous number of countries is reinforced. Have you seen that days ago, after the elections in the US, there was people in the network talking about why not to remove the right to vote to women because women are stupid and they vote wrong. They should have voted other people and women are to blame. They are at right today saying that so many anti-gender government or anti-gender policy. It's very important also at the symbolic level to have this number of countries in favor, but the text recognizes care as a pillar, one of the pillars of welfare, and also that they are essential for social justice and human dignity, acknowledging the unequal distribution of work that impacts prioritary to women, and the solution passed through all stakeholders, the government, up to the domestic levels, and that not only it doesn't develop too much, but also they touch the theme of migration flows and the care throughout the global chain. And finally, it expresses the paradigm of the society of care. And I want to stop a little here because I was saying at the beginning that the way the world is today, not only the majority of Latin America and the Caribbean, that also the European Union is signing something that speaks about the paradigm of the society of care. There we can see if we share fundamental values. There we see if we have something different to offer the world, both regions. There we can see the responsibility that our politics and as a region we do have. Are we assuming responsibilities together? This is what this pact is so important. Beyond rights, right, we have to be taken care of and to take care of. And beyond the idea that rights of workers, of caregivers, what is missing? For instance, it doesn't include any mention. I would mention something, but otherwise they will kill me. There's no one single mention of violence against women. Neither there is any line on or recognition of the importance of sexual and reproductive rights and sexual health. And we should not speak about care if we do not consider violence against women and reproductive autonomy of women. Also missing are specific commitment in terms of public funding. It is a sketch, but how are we going to do? With state-provided funding? Only with state-provided funding? Private funding? And who will control private funding? How? Okay, the pact, this is a pact, is to sit and discuss on how are going to do this. But also the third thing that seems to me that how we are going to make the bi-regional pact operational. Will civil society participate? How? Because let me remind you of my colleagues and those who are present. This is a topic that emerges from civil society, women's organization, feminists, then the academia, then the government. This is one of these examples from the bottom up to the top that we should be proud as in every democracy. So how civil society will participate, how organization will defend all the topics of care that are just outlined. Will there be a specific and multi-stakeholder mechanism? We will have companies, but not the civil society. Companies, yes, feminists, no. Everything should be discussed. And it's very interesting that we will have this discussion. We will reinforce democracy when we do it. Thank you very much, my colleagues. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to listen to Lucy Garrido. And with that, we open the intervention, the floor for intervention on this panel on the bi-regional pact for care between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. For those who want to take the floor in the room, you just raise, and virtual also, if you raise your hand for those who want to intervene.
Vamos a arrancar con...
Now we'll start with the intervention of Haiti.
Estamos a la espera de la intervención del...
We are waiting for the intervention of the representative of Haiti. If you're on the floor, please, the floor is yours.
Alors, moi, je me nomme Emmanuel, donateur du bureau de la condition féminine auprès des femmes. Et l'année ministère a été créé. Et la ministre Pética Saint-Jean a suivi avec. Et, elle vient de laisser son bureau. Elle m'a demandé. Non. Cette générale pour l'élimination de la discrimination à l'égard des journalistes. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentantes,
representatives of member states, of observers of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Haiti, through the Minister for the Women's Condition, are happy to participate in the 67th meeting of 67th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a fundamental conference. Our country is very much affected by a multi-dimensional crisis, but we are committed to the 25-26 decade of action for equality of women. Haiti endorses the recommendation GR 41 of CEDAW Committee on Gender Stereotype and supports strongly all the challenges that women and girls suffer in some areas of our country, especially those that are affected by crisis of security and humanitarian crisis suffered by our country. General recommendation number 41 of CEDAW is a project of the Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination of all forms of discrimination against women, trying to offer or deliver to the states the recommendations and measures to be adopted to eliminate discrimination based on sexual stereotypes. And as general recommendation now, this CEDAW recommendation is fundamental because it defines the obligation of states to eliminate discrimination in all domains of life. In the case of Haiti, we work directly on the subject of rights of women, the law of September 14th of 1954, delivering support and decree of 1982, eliminating all the forms of discrimination against women, and they are in prison. Decree of September 14th of 1983 institutes and regulates the procedure for the recovery of payment of food and protection of children. Haiti provides the same right to men and women. And this, the audio is completely interrupted.
Des droits de l'homme élimine toutes les discriminations entre les Haïtiens.
According to the Human Rights Declaration, eliminates all discrimination between Haitians, men and women, and the creation of the Ministry on Women Affairs and Rights of Women, and whose duty is to implement or enforce state policies in rural areas and supporting the emergence of an egalitarian society. The rights of paternity, maternity of 2012 guarantees all the rights for children, independent or regardless of the matrimonial status. And parents are demanded to assume responsibility, and that there is a decree on sexual violence and increases penalties for those authors, for rapers. And in spite of the socioeconomic and political situation that's so difficult that we are facing in Haiti, jointly with this legal instruments, places Haiti among the countries striving for women's equality in the world. The priority assigned by ministries, the strategic priority of the government of Haiti is very much in line with the strategic view of PDCM based on protection and safety of women and girls, especially those living in areas that are highly impacted by violence. Security is key, and prevention of violence and response to these situations, especially considering contexts where there is influence of armed groups. And especially protection for young women, rural women, those in domestic employment, and trying to empower women at all decision levels. National priority is being assigned to prevention and help to families that have been forcefully displaced, households, and actions in 2025. Much progress has been made in 2025 with international and national partners that reinforce the protection structures, the improvement and community mobilization, and work before institutions of justice, security, and progressive integration of persons in social policy. Haiti recommends to reinforce financial aspects in order to, or for countries that are facing complex security crisis, and so as to move forward all training and integration mechanisms, insisting in community systems of civil protection. And to conclude, Haiti reaffirms its determination to collaborate in a very close way with ECLAC, closely with ECLAC and with the CEDAW committee and with feminist organizations and with member states and the many allies in order to promote equality, fight gender stereotypes, and guarantee access to justice for women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you to Haiti. Now here we have Mexico, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mexico celebrates the bi-regional pact between the European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean that was undersigned November 9 in Colombia. And we thank Colombia for all it did to come to an agreement, to a consensus regarding the text. The member states of the European Union already understand what we mean by society of care or caring society, and so we have a permanent bi-regional cooperation framework, exchange of good practices and public policies, the thrust to institutional frameworks, professional development of caretakers, and redistribution of paid and unpaid care work, and international cooperation to expand care systems that are accessible and of quality. We hope that the Global Gateway Scheme will become a possibility to channel resources towards this goal. Despite this progress, and as mentioned by the EULAC representative Lucy Garrido, we believe that even though this represents an advance, the pact still needs to be enhanced. For instance, we still need to implement and integrate valuable elements that are included in the Tlatelolco commitment, and particularly, and we are sorry about this, we regret this, because several members of the European Union are part of the conference and they adopted this commitment. So we hope that the European Union will be in a position to clearly adopt in the future care as a human right, to give the state the responsibility of implementing this. For us, the Decade of Action 2025-2035 establishes concrete goals that can help attain the bi-regional pact goals. And we believe that this bi-regional pact, given what has been mentioned, it's a narrative that has always distinguished the relationship between the European Union and Mexico, this systematic reference to our common values. We think then that we can continue to build a pact that is robust, that can be translated into concrete actions, and that will allow us to make progress along an inclusive scheme with the civil society and with other sectors that can help us build a more proportionate way of living care. We are committed to working with the countries of the region and the European Union to strengthen this scheme, especially in the Regional Conference for Women.
Gracias a México.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Now the representative of Chile has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished delegations, and dear organizations from the civil society. On behalf of the delegation of Chile, I would like to express the firm support of our country to the bi-regional pact adopted in the summit in November 2025. It's a historical progress towards gender equality and social justice. Cooperation with the European Union has been fundamental for us to improve state response toward the different gender violence manifestations. We believe firmly that this bi-regional alliance is virtuous between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean, and we believe it will be decisive to advance in the deep transformation our region needs. For this purpose, cooperation, financing, and political will are very important and are at the core. We trust that this is where we will discuss the best practices and the shared challenges to turn the society of care into a reality. Chile says that investing in care is not an expense, but a strategic investment in human development, social cohesion, and economic dynamism. Strengthening good care practices generates dignified employment, removes structural barriers that affect women and girls of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. Now online we have Costa Rica. Thank you for the presentation about the Bioregional Pact. It's an initiative that Costa Rica celebrates and that we have supported from the beginning. It reflects a shared vision that care is a fundamental pillar for equality, social justice, and sustained development. No country can face alone the growing demand for care, nor can it close the gaps in the redistribution of care work. This continues to affect in a disproportionate way women. We applaud that this pact not only promotes the exchange of good practices, but also opens up spaces to mobilize technical and financial resources to strengthen the institutional capacity and generate knowledge that allows to advance towards a more inclusive care work with gender perspective. At the same time, both regions come closer in their articulation of joint goals. This articulated agenda that we have built in the framework of the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, the European strategy and the agreements reached in Santa Marta offer a platform to innovate, to learn mutually, and to build solutions adapted to our reality. And there's a powerful message. Our region is willing to work together in placing this in the core of public policies. Costa Rica reiterates a commitment with this agenda and its willingness to continue to actively contribute in this collective effort. We firmly believe that investing in care is investing in development and in democracy. Thank you very much. We thank Costa Rica. With that, we have concluded the statements by the governments. Now, United Nations agencies, UN Women has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the speakers in UN Women. We believe that this pact represents a shared roadmap to advance towards a care society, and the adoption of this pact is a fundamental strategic tool to materialize the commitments assumed at Tlatelolco during the Regional Conference for Women, with resources that permits its implementation. This has been mentioned, but we are glad that the pact is fully aligned with the vision of care as a human right, autonomous and universal, and also the right to self-care, to provide and receive care. This has been recognized by the International Court of Human Rights as well. From UN Women, we want to say that without care, there's no sustainability of life, and without sustainability of life, there's no development, no democracy. Care has to become visible, and we need to recognize the need for care in our populations on both sides of the Atlantic, fostered by deep cultural and demographic changes, and the construction of a society of care is working towards peace and towards the elimination of conflict. This strengthens social cohesion, reconstructs the trust between community and institution, and generates conditions to reduce racial tensions and inequalities that many territories have. To place care in the center not only improves daily life, but also strengthens community resilience. It supports local networks of support and produces more inclusive and more peaceful environments. The care agenda is an agenda of peace, and we hope that this bi-regional pact will be a historical opportunity to, on the one hand, recognize care as a universal right, to redistribute care work from a feminist, intersectional, transformative, and innovative approach to promote comprehensive care mechanisms, and also to finance care in a sustainable way, incorporated in fiscal pacts and global economic pacts. We know that an investment of 2% of the GDP would allow to close half of the gap of care coverage for children and for dependent persons in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is not only feasible, this is urgent. And the pact, we believe, needs to be much more than a declaration. It has to become a roadmap with clear financing, with clear mechanisms for follow-up and implementation, with clear targets, and with concrete technical cooperation for our regions. From UN Women, to conclude, I would like to say that we are committed to continue to strengthen capabilities, to accompany legislative projects, and to promote multi-stakeholder action so that this becomes a concrete result of the Santa Marta conference last month. Because on both sides of the Atlantic, to care is to support life, and life has to be in the center of political, economic, and social transformations, with women in the core of those answers. Thank you very much.
Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Viviana. Anna Westmans from ECLAC has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to acknowledge the leadership of the government of Colombia, European Union, its diplomacy, civil society, parliaments of both regions for the regional pact be reflected in the summit of ELAC and European Union. This pact emerges in a context that we have described with great clarity in the region, and there is a crisis of care that is experienced by both regions, with growing demand exacerbated by aging, climate change, and inadequacy of infrastructure, and also the challenge of integrating the economy of care based on decent work, including in global chains of care and migration situation in both regions. This crisis continues to show that care that are indispensable for life continue to fall mainly on women, who assume this work without remuneration and in precarious conditions. And they do it throughout the whole cycle of life, included childhood and elderly women. And this restricts the enforcement of rights. We do want to recognize that the pact has adopted this paradigm that we proposed in ECLAC, and then it was adopted in the commitment of Buenos Aires and that of Tlatelolco, with its society of care prioritizing the care of persons, of the planet, and interdependence, human dependence, and therefore convenes us to advancing commitments. Europe has a European strategy of care. Latin America and the Caribbean have an intergovernmental agreement, which is the Tlatelolco commitment, and also has a standard of the human right to care. We appreciate systematic efforts of EU-LAC Foundation that with UN Women and ECLAC have been all contributing, discussing and developing all these ideas in recent years. I would like to say that the pact is not a starting point, but many of the elements in the pact are already a fact. They are happening. There is interchange. There are comparative studies. And so this pact should raise the level of the agreement and go deeper into the exchange that is occurring in between both regions. I'd like to emphasize 2 points, and in which ECLAC can help. The first is the perspective, the approach. We know that for the region, the increase of people over 60 years of age will double, reaching 25% of the total population. 5% will be over 80 years of age, doubling the present rate. And thus this increases the demand of support and care, mainly long-term care and specialized health service. Child or children care and early development care has not been developed. So all this taken by the Tlatelolco Committee, that it's a great commitment, and these challenges cannot be taken within social pillars only. Many of the investments in productive development, in environmental sustainability, human mobility, they need to integrate their care perspective in all of them. And then secondly, we speak about financing, and thus we speak about cooperation. This morning, we mentioned concrete measures to drive the Tlatelolco commitment. The care in the region is 19 to 27% of GDP. Most of this contribution is provided by women. 2/3 is provided by women. But the pact brings together two regions that are defending democratic values of human rights, of gender equality, of accountability. So on the one hand is how to maintain this structured integration, which is so important for our region, and at the same time, how to develop concrete elements that will raise the level of better and more cooperation, and also instruments for financing that will enable materializing this pact in all of our countries. Of course, you count with ECLAC, with the UN system to accompany this effort, and also the Tlatelolco agreement mandates to explore similar associations with other regions of the world. Hopefully, the Society of Care will be a global paradigm in coming years and will have promising better practices with concrete results and based on the rule of law of human rights. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ana. Tiene la palabra en
Thank you, Ana. UNDP has the floor. Representative of UNDP. Thank you. Greetings to all. It's a pleasure to meet here with great friends and from UNDP, and on behalf of Michel Mousset, we celebrate this decisive moment for Latin America and the Caribbean, where in 2025 we were protagonist of the COP30 and Belém do Pará that seek the Society of Care as a pillar for social, human, sustainable development and resilient development. We celebrate for that Society of Care is needed, and gender equality is a central condition for this. I would like to refer, and it's very important for us to understand that we live in a triple food crisis where there are much greater inequalities and impacting those persons, that women and girls mainly, and Latin America and the Caribbean concentrate more than half of global losses due to climate disasters. It can be 10 to 50% of GDP. In the case of the Caribbean and Dominica, 200% of GDP. That is, in this region, loses a lot of infrastructure for care in these situations of climate. And we call from UNDP and within the Tlatelolco commitment, it's We need to invest in care systems that are resilient, that will offset the lack of infrastructure, that will address and protect the lives from the economic perspective, and having at the center the rights and resilience. This impact truly generates or deepens the work of unpaid work if we don't incorporate this reality. It is a matter of every day for all of our countries. Management of infrastructure, possibility of investment, they will be impacted if it's not addressed. So we thank and we accompany the Bi-Regional Pact of Care, and we call on continuing to work on addressing climate emergency care agenda is indispensable for resilience, for justice in transition, and that can create feminine employment, green economy, and that will transit and provide support society of care. Greetings to all colleagues and friends.
Gracias. Recibimos aquí en sala a Tania Sánchez.
Thank you. Now, Tania Sanchez, representative of the Organizations of Civil Society. Colleague Tania, you have the floor. Good afternoon, and I would like to thank you all. And thanks to the presiding officers and civil society here, we have considered as part of the economic systems of our countries in recent years. From a bi-regional articulation, we've been also promoting and jointly with UN Women, ECLAC, EU LAC Foundation, not only to recognize the bi-regional Pact of Care, but to be translated into financing instruments that will enable the articulation of the best practices, experiences, and also recover what we have driven from civil society in Latin America, and that is the community. And although we celebrate the Bi-Regional Pact, I think that the Buenos Aires commitment and now the Tlatelolco commitment and what is being raised by the commitment of all of you and of all of our governments, that the Bi-Regional Pact of Care can be translated into instruments that will firstly allow to overcome economic crisis of our countries. And secondly, part of overcoming this places care not only as a social component, but rather the deep reforms of our tax and social systems that should be carried out in our region. And the fact that civil society not only accompanies, observes, but we want to be part of the presiding officers. We want to sit at the table in decision making. In that framework, we believe that what is already in the Bi-Regional Pact of Care, that we are invited to be in these processes, can be materialized, and hopefully we can define what are the mechanisms, from where can we participate, since when, because once again, the experience of civil society in Latin America and in Europe is there. We have offered to be the allies in order to achieve this society of care. The time is right for civil society not only to be as spectators, observers, but to be active and to have financing and financing mechanisms. So from the civil society, we may continue accompanying this process. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. There are no further requests for the floor here I don't know if any of the speakers would like to add anything, and if not, we would be adjourning the meeting here for the day. Well, thank you very much, everyone who was here, speakers, as well as the audience, regarding the initiative between the Latin America and the Caribbean and the EU. And so with this, we end the day. We will meet again tomorrow, Tuesday, December the 2nd at 10 a.m. here in this room. And for those of you who are connecting online. So have a nice evening, everyone. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.